Hello, everyone. Hey, Squiddy Wings, welcome. Good evening, Falindur. Hello. Hope all of you people having a nice Saturday. Let me fix my cam. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Whew. Having a chill weekend. Some reading, some game dev in Godot. That sounds very cozy. Very, very cozy. Well, where have we stopped yesterday? Yesterday all my troubles seemed so far away and today they caught up upon me. What is the desktop app you're making? Oh, you can... So, for now I can't really compile it and show it to you. Actually... I think maybe if I stash everything, I might be able to. Okay, let me try to stash it and... Yeah, it's not really gonna work because... Yeah, it's not really gonna work because... Yeah, because my work tree right now is very, very dirty. But you can learn more about it here. It is basically a key remapper with the kind of focus on gamers. Hey Plusser, hello. Welcome. Doom Pilled, as in you played Doom? Or what? Ooh, this coffee is dog shit. Ooh. Anyway, so... Yeah. So yesterday I tried to just make it draw something on the screen, and we ended up in a situation where I just had to give up because I have a global X11 server connection and I don't have like a nice way to pass it into the module. Which means that I will probably have to make my own sort of X11 module that the apps will be importing. Yeah. And X11 module that's not gonna even involve libx11 in any way or capacity. Very important. Right, so the way my application is currently structured is it's quite flat. Like traditionally I had a main. Where is it? Yeah, traditionally I had main.jai. Hey Predict, thanks for good luck, have fun, and GG on PB. That was very fun to watch. Epic 141 Absrat. That's like crazy. That's something you won't be able to beat in a long time. in before getting sub 140 tomorrow. But yeah, traditionally I had main.jai, and I also had windows.jai and linux.jai, and this is just how it used to work, because it was small and kind of self-contained. But then we started growing a little bit bigger, and we had to bring in some modules from the default distribution. So maybe now it's time to put like Windows and Linux also here as a module and import them. Probably. You have never seen an apps run that fast. I'm pretty sure I had 141. 1 second. Let me disable streamer mode in Discord. Maybe I can find it. Where is it? Oh, never mind. My upsrad was. Let me show you. Yeah, like maybe I had faster than this one, but this is the last one that I can remember, right? So it's what, 142. So not 141. I think that's the fastest one I've gotten. Maybe not, but yeah, this is the one I can find easily. But yeah, 141 is like batshit insane. Yeah. That's just, yeah, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, so probably I will need to do that. And also there's an executive decision whether, you know, do I have to, like, do I need to have Linux as a separate module and X11 as a separate module, or is it just like Linux and everything is inside of it? It's always kind of hard to decide when you start doing shit like this, because at some point changing it back is just too fucking annoying. So, oh, shit. So at the moment, why is it so loud? Okay, so at the moment I have Linux, which is my own custom code. Where is it? Here, right? Which is like 1,000 lines of code. And I have separately XCB and XKB common. So I kind of have X11 stuff and Linux stuff sort of separately. Yeah, separate. Oh, and I also have like IOCTL bullshit. And input also, so yeah. So this means that maybe maybe it is kind of time to put it into modules. And then window creation. If I am making my own window creation module, it can have a module parameter for X11 or Wayland, and then it will create like a window dependent on that mod. No, it can't be module parameter, because we might want to, you know, decide that at runtime. So not module parameter, but maybe it will have 2 different modules for X11 and for Wayland, and those are just, you know, get initialized at runtime somehow. We can see, we can check how big boys do that, right? For example, speaking of like big boys, GLFW. I know that some people don't really like GLFW. I've heard. Yeah, I've heard that from many people that, oh, that GLFW kind of sucks and bad, but I really like it. I think it's good. I think it's great. Maybe because it's tied to like graphics API. Maybe that's why people don't really like it. But I always find it very easy to read and understand for a C code base. And since I'm not a professional like C developer, that's very good for me. But what do they have? Oh, and also you can just grab the source files you need and add them to your source tree and compile them together. So you don't have to like pull all of this stuff together. I didn't like GLW in the beginning, but it just rewrite of few glut that a little fresher, and lots of new repos are on it. Yeah, I don't know the history, so when I've learned about it, it was already GLFW. Do you recommend it for cross-platform GUI programs over stuff like SDL then? It depends on what you need. SDL is much more than just GLFW, because SDL also has a renderer, it has a rendering API. SDL also has like controller support. I don't even know if GLW supports controllers. Oh, it supports them. Oh, SDL also has like logging, it also has audio, so SDL is bigger in scope. GLFW is more minimalistic, GLFW is easier to embed, probably easier to modify. So I am not informed enough to provide a quality advice about it. If I had to start a cross-platform application in C right now, what would I use? And what would I do, right? I honestly know enough about the platforms, about Windows and about Linux, to be opinionated enough and just make my own platform layer. Or I would look into something like Sokal. I think that's the one, right? Minimal cross-platform standalone C headers. Yes, maybe I would look at something like this, like super minimalistic, so that, you know, I can just tear it apart and like copy paste stuff that I need. So maybe I would look at that instead. But I don't have like enough qualification to just say, oh, use this, it's great, you know. I'm just saying that I always like GLFW because it's like a great source of platform knowledge for me. Sokal doesn't have Wayland. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I mean, this is more of a Wayland issue because Wayland is just fucking hard to do. Hey Ahmed, hello, I'm great. Hope you're great as well. I actually don't want to look at the code right now. I want to look at the API. So like tutorial, do they have documentation? So, and you see, like, unlike you're fasting, it's Ramadan. I actually know that it's Ramadan because I have a colleague from Morocco and he does it as well. Yeah, so I actually know that. Yeah, hopefully you'll get through it in a good mood. This tradition, like Ramadan, always fascinated me, not gonna lie. I used to watch football like religiously, And always during Ramadan, like in a match, some football player who's Muslim has to break the fast to get some, you know, like some energy juice, because they are on constant calorie deficit, and football is a high like body pressure activity, so they have to like recharge in the middle of a game, because otherwise the body will just collapse. And so it was always just, you know, fascinating how, you know, the science and like sport kind of was able to maintain the cultural tradition, because, you know, they could have just said, oh, like no Ramadan for you, you know, you like have to get calories. But I mean, no, they figured it out. It just shows how creative the humanity is. I just always found it very, very cool. And there's been a Wayland PR for ages. The author had problems with it because GNOME and client-side decoration. Of course, fucking GNOME. Yes, I mean, every time I start talking about GNOME and client-side declarations, people just say ignore GNOME, you know, like fuck GNOME. But then, how can you say fuck GNOME when it's like the second major Wayland compositor out there? Like one of the three major ones, right? So yeah. I also like disrespect GNOME all the time. Don't get me wrong. And I defended Ghost TTI. Hey, Just Karolis, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm great. Hope you're doing great as well. But yeah, I defended Ghost TTI for using libgtk4, because I mean, you know, it's just like either this or you spend 3 months, like 5 months figuring out fucking Linux bullshit. But yeah, I don't like it. You know what's an interesting thing about my mouse? So when I unlock my mouse wheel, the scrolling becomes so addictive that I just keep spinning my mouse wheel. But on the downside, the mouse wheel becomes so loose that you see, like now it's cross. I'm just shaking my mouse in the air. And the mouse wheel is so loose that it will like trigger scrolling. That's kind of wild. Yeah. It's a mode. I can turn it on and off. There's like a button right under the scroll wheel where I can like turn it on and off as I want. But it has an infinite scroll. It's so fucking satisfying. I just cannot. And the mouse also feels very, very nice in my hand. It's like it's just the right size. It's such a good purchase. Hopefully it doesn't break. Yeah, same. I mean, I the first hour I was just spinning the scroll wheel, and it has such a nice sound when it's locked. Oh, very satisfying. You use second-hand mouses, so I don't enjoy the mouse game. Yeah. Can have nice things, right? This is also my first kind of my first nice mouse. Before that, I would use just like some off-the-shelf like stock mouses without any juice, you know. Oh, you know what? I just realized GLFW gives you the main loop, right? But GLFW doesn't support multi-threaded kind of rendering loop, because there is a pull request opened in GLFW that supports smooth resizing of windows that like Martin's opened, but he implemented it with using like coroutines, Win32 API like coroutines. instead of doing threads. So maybe GLFW is not a super good example for what I want to do. But it's nice that they give you an API where you own the main loop. In contrast to what we were looking at yesterday, Rust's Winit. Rust's Winit gives you an event loop and I guess multi-threaded rendering, but it takes the main away from you. You have to do the callback flow with Winit. Used to repair your mouse and shit. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, me too. I like to tinker with stuff, but like modern hardware is just too complicated for that. That's why I like ThinkPads, because I can just get inside and do stuff there. That's why I like ThinkPads. And that's why framework laptops kind of fascinate me. But yeah, I try to get into Mac, right? It's not fun anymore. You have to have like PhD in laptop maintenance. Wait, what? Oh, GLAD, so GLAD is kind of separately. Oh, framework is popping off, man. Like, framework is fucking popping off. They're going crazy. They recently announced some desktop for AI with like a bunch of RAM, and people got mad at them because the RAM is soldered on the board, so like non-replaceable. Hackintosh. I've never done any Hackintosh stuff. I've never been interested in macOS, to be honest. Oh yeah. Back in uni, I would be that guy. But I knew that if I start talking about like Linux and computers, I never get bitches. So I just kept that to myself. And I only started being annoying about it after I got a girlfriend. Hey Roy, hello. Yeah, I have a Windows 10 as a second operating system, but I only boot it when I develop for Windows. Only when I do programming for Windows. Otherwise, I just use Linux. Yes. I mean, that's really my advice. Like, young people would ask how to get a girlfriend, and I always say, like, first you need to get a girlfriend, and then you can start being like a fucking gooner. Shaders main OpenGL. Where are inputs? Input guide, thank you. Poll and wait. So it also has two modes. If you only need to update the contents of the window when you receive new input, GLFW wait events is a better choice. It puts the thread to sleep until at least one event has been received and then processes all received events. If you want to wait for events but have UI elements or other tasks that need periodic updates, GLW events timeout. It puts the thread to sleep until at least one event has been received or until the specified number of seconds have elapsed. If the main thread is sleeping, you can wake it up from another thread by posting an empty event. Okay, set key callback. Right, so it okay, so it kind of has both, right? Hey Leonta, no, I'm just looking at the APIs. I'm just looking at the APIs. Hello. How long would you need to date a girl until you show her your 6-monitor goon cave? Wow, look at this rich kid. Ideally, when you start dating a girl, you don't have 6-monitor goon cave. And then you can build your goon cave together as a bonding activity, you know what I mean? Hey, Tool. У меня есть стояк. Thank you for the information. Did you want to say that you have a boner? Or what? Okay, yeah. You don't say есть because in Russia we don't really talk like, you can just say I have boner, like у меня стояк, without есть. That's more correct. But also in Russian culture, we usually don't just go and announce when we have a boner. Like, I don't know, maybe in other countries you do, but in Russia it's like, it's not really haram, but it's unconventional, like a little bit. Tell the clerk. 6 monitors is rookie numbers. What do you think all those traders do? Yeah. Can you show me the full example, please? Can I have, please, a full example? Like, this is all great, like, and great and all that, but can I have, please, a big code where I just can look at it? Maybe here. Oh, we have examples, right? Gears. This is like GLX gears, right? GL begin. Ooh, look at that. This is the fixed pipeline, right? Like OpenGL 1.1 bullshit or whatever. Look at this immediate mode UI. That was the peak. Oh shit, Karolis, thanks a lot for the sub. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, and welcome to our epic tea loving club. Even though now I'm drinking coffee. Enjoy your half-assed emotes. And ad-free viewing, by the way. Did you know that Twitch streamers have an ability to disable ad-free viewing for subscribers? Did you know that? And there are definitely streamers who use this feature. You managed to crash GIMP. I don't think it's that difficult. Hey, Keka, Keha. Hello, welcome. Reshape. Twitch wants to sell... Yeah, Twitch wants to sell primes and turbos, right? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Twitch wants to sell, like... so you don't buy subs for particular streamers. Twitch just wants you to have turbo. That's for sure. To be honest... I personally watch so much Twitch. I just, even when I work, I always have some kind of stream in the background. If I concentrate, it's just some kind of a music stream, like DJ whatever, or like some chill vibe, like lo-fi co-working stuff. I would just pay for turbo if Serbia had ads on Twitch. You have to take Russian classes. Wow. I mean, I've been to Lithuania once, and I like dabbled into Lithuanian language a little bit. And I don't think it's easier than Russian. I think I'd say Russian and Lithuanian are on more or less the same level of difficulty, I would say. Yeah, Serbia doesn't have ads on Twitch. Not because of some sanctions, it's just for some reason Serbian advertisers are not on Twitch. I mean, it's because Twitch is very small in Serbia, mainly that's why. Like sometimes Twitch gets confused and I get like a random like French pre-roll. Sometimes. Like rarely, maybe like once a month. I would get like a French pre-roll. Or German pre-roll. But... generally speaking, Serbia just doesn't have ads on Twitch. Set frame buffer size callback. So this will get called on like WM Paint, and this will get called on key. And you do poll event. All right, so. You see, it's kind of like hybrid approach. You have control over the main loop, kind of, but you still have to do callbacks. That's cool though that you've been to Lithuania. I haven't met a lot of people that visited there. I lived there up until 10 years ago, I see. Yeah, I've been in Lithuania, in 20... so I don't lie. It was basically before COVID. It was 2019, I think. Like summer or fall 2019. I've been to Vilnius. Yeah, and I really like Lithuanian language. I fucking love it. All those, you know, it's like you take a word and you add "as" to the end and you get like baras, restauranas. It's like so fucking cool. I just couldn't get enough of it. You got conscripted? The fuck? Oh shit, Ilion, I haven't published it. I never published it anywhere. Yeah, I wanted to polish it up a little bit before publishing because I don't want people to use shitty code. But I didn't want them to use like shitty code. But then I rat holed on OpenGL bindings and I completely forgot about it. Where who is about dereferencing? Oh yeah, I see it's in question somewhere. Yeah. I mean, we can polish it at some time later. Draw animate swap buffers. Okay, this is so it's all like kind of single threaded. Windows. Oh, what's that? Set input mode, sticky keys. Wow. Wait, why are you doing it twice? Oh, it's multiple windows. It is for multiple windows. I am an idiot. Yeah, it's literally for like for windows. Okay. So you create 4 windows, you make 4 contexts, and then you do this for each window. But why do you do that again? But anyway, okay. So to not rat hole a bunch, let's see how it manages the code base. So GLW is very flat. No, I mean it calls make current for each window. That's what I meant. So yeah, sorry, I didn't mean 4 contexts. I mean you need to set this context for each window separately. Yeah. Also, let me know if the music is too loud. Because on my end it's kind of loud. Not like super loud, but yeah. So yeah, that's how GLW is structured, super flat. Maybe that's how we should do it. Null is probably for off-screen stuff. Cocoa is for macOS. What's the context? I see, it's okay, it's like wraparound OpenGL context. Yeah. Oh, they have extensions supported where they do like GLW, probably like GL gets yeah, the same shit we did. And you see that they also do the same stuff as I did, where they try get string I, and if it actually they do check the context version. And I just YOLO. I don't even check the context version. I just check that, and if it didn't return anything, I check the other one. Which I guess could technically backfire, right? Because this stuff could be just straight up set to null. Now that I think about it. And for Linux? So they have like, so they don't even have, you know, like Linux and then under Linux, like Win32, or under Linux they would have X11 and Wayland. They just have straight up, so GLFW just straight up treats Wayland and X11 as two different platforms. So it doesn't distinguish them based on the operating system. It's kind of based on the desktop. Maybe that's how we should do it too. I don't know. What do you think, Leonte? I know that in Focus you kind of mimicked the JAI structure where it's different per OS and then you have your own abstraction like within Linux kind of module. But what do you think about this? About just straight up treating X11 and Wayland separately? Makes sense. Yeah, I also kind of thought about it and I kind of like it. Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, they are kind of like separate. Like you can probably still put them somewhere like under, you know, Linux module, but I don't know. I would rather have, you know, Linux be stuff that's specific to Linux, like kernel and user space, but that doesn't necessarily touches the desktop shenanigans. Yeah, absolutely. BSD has both, yes, and I think I've heard somewhere that Wayland like has some Windows backend or some shit somewhere. I might have heard that. I know for a fact that X11 runs on Windows and X11 also runs on macOS, but you know, that's kind of different story. But I think I've heard Wayland getting ported somewhere. Any like X-Quartz enjoyers for macOS? So I used to have a MacBook. I still have it, but my wife uses it like mid 2015. And back in 2016 when I bought it, in order to use Vim on Mac, you had to install X-Quartz. So you had to install X11 server to macOS in order to use Vim. Yeah, it's before like NeoVim got, you know, popular and whatnot. Just, yeah, I mean, yes, at the end of the day, it's just wire protocol, but I mean, you know. Yeah, I know that you meant the Mabuff. Yes, I know that. So I guess maybe that's how we start. Rewrite Wayland. You mean implement Wayland in JavaScript? I'm pretty sure it exists already. I'm like pretty sure that already exists. Just has to. And if we look here, we will see that this X11 has like init, which handles inputs, and the platform itself, which handles like Windows stuff, right? Oh, with like GLX. Why would it has GLX here? Yikes, that's a yikes if you ask me. Well, at least it loads it at runtime, right? Ooh. This fucking scrolling, I hope nobody gets like a seasickness from it. No, so this just loads a bunch of stuff at runtime and kind of initializes a struct for, what's that, cursor? Okay, monitor. Excellent window. So okay. See how it's structured. Actually, they might not have XCB. So you just straight up imports libx11 stuff here. Weak. Why so weak? Translates an X11 key code to GLW key token. Okay. Send event to VM, WM, update normal hints, update window mode. And this is like handles Windows. Yeah. Vulkan, what does this do? Oh yeah, and this you see like does platform dispatch, so it checks Win32, Cocoa, OpenBSD, NetBSD. Where's fucking Linux? Excuse me? So maybe this is? No, don't. This is like if we provide the path. Cocoa. Else. Else. Yes. This is the one. Okay. Right. And then you do extension name Win32 elif. I mean, here's XCB surface, right? So they have XCB mentioned here. Let's check it out. XCB. Oh no, it has. Look at that. I probably completely scrolled over it. XCB connection. Look at that. So the way they probably do it is through libx11. Yeah, so they just get the connection through libx. So libx11 is still required. EGL, it has to be. I mean, it's probably, yeah, in GL context here it is. Phew, make context current EGL. If window, else display. Yeah, no surface, no context. Platform set TLS. What the fuck is TLS? Swap buffers. Yeah, there you go. What's that? Yeah, I see. So it just I just sets on the GL, so this just sets a bunch of stuff on the context. Okay, I see. So the thread local storage. Oh, yeah, makes sense. They actually use thread local storage. That's kind of fancy. But anyway, they just have everything flat, right? So they have GLX. Right next to it, they have EGL. Right next to it, they have Vulkan. Right. Right next to it, they will have joystick. And joystick supported only for Windows. What the fuck? Where's Linux joystick? But yeah, I like that. And now if we go to SDL3. I'm sorry for flashbang, but it is what it is. Tutorials. We can do that. How to set up SDL3? Yeah, I know it does a lot more. I just want to see how the API is structured. Install, display an image with SDL3. Okay. So here's the main one. Init. Then we do create window. Then we do create renderer. Where's main loop? Yeah, here's the main loop. Renderer texture, yeah. So SDL actually gives you an immediate mode API, right? And you have like a control over the event loop. As in, there's no callback. And so, is there like an example of like SDL? Actually, I want to have like GL FW separate render thread example. Do we have something like that? Render in a separate thread. It's 2013. The fuck? It's probably irrelevant. Working multi-threaded two-context OpenGL example with GLW 3.0. Last active 10 months ago. Sounds about right. I just want to see how the API would look like. What is this C++ bullshit? Frame buffer. And then they probably use like C++ threads or whatnot. Okay, init window. A bunch of hints. Create window. Where is it getting put? On the thread, or do they create window on the main thread? Worker thread. Windows slave. Mutex, then you create a frame buffer. So you block on the creating a frame buffer. And then... Wait, why do you lock? thread. Where is thread should run? Some global or what? Literally some global. Break. Ah, it's okay. This is like the quit condition. If FBO dirty, get blah 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 blah, clean flush. Yeah, I just want to see if window is on the main thread or on a separate thread. Window init window. So we do main window and this is like two different. I wanted to see event loop separately from window, not really, but I guess it's the same, right? Key callback, made context, glue. So GL thread, worker thread. Main from buffer. Okay. Nice. Quick reference. Oops. Hang it. Hence, what the fuck? It's like quick API reference. I see, it's not like an example program. SDL squared. So sensual. SDL3 event loop separate thread example. $12 years ago. No. Too late. Too. Can we have like year 2024? So it also polls events. So meh. Okay. And this kind of does like swap. I wonder what SDL poll event does. And I guess they still have it. How do keyboard input perfectly with SDL3? Okay, let's look at that. Joystick. Scan codes. I actually know a lot about this shit at this point. Yeah, and it's like obvious that you need to do scan codes. Software that doesn't do scan codes is dog shit. Hey Raykin, hello. You can also Google using after and before year. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. And I didn't know that. You know too much, yeah. The keyboard police is after me. Key down and then you get scan code, yes. This is like very important. Otherwise, when you switch keyboard layout, your program just stops fucking working. And for some reason, Like, I understand when, you know, old and dogshit software does that for legacy reasons. Like, for example, Vim and NeoVim and Emacs, all of those text editors, they don't support scan codes, right? Because they were written by people who haven't discovered the world outside of America, right? So it's natural that those text editors, they don't support working with scan codes. But modern software not doing this by default. So like, for example, Sway, the Wayland compositor I'm using, you have to enable scan codes in Sway. Can you imagine that? And they didn't even like add it straight off the bat. Did you mean the opposite, Leonte? Like key sim or like key code is fine. When you want to insert text using the word scan code. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, what can you do? This is how they are called. What are scan codes? I mean, it's the way how to get a physical key out of keyboard. That's what I mean. Right, so for example, if I want to swap windows around like that, I need to press like Windows Shift and H or L. But if I'm in like Russian keyboard layout and not in English, by default, this key combination just stops working, simply because I'm in a different keyboard layout. And in order for the key code, or in order for the hotkeys to be universal across the desktop, no matter what keyboard layout I'm currently in, I have to enable a special thing in Sway. Even though, by the way, in i3, so in the original software, that this is a port of, it worked out of the box. So this is some like weird ass executive, like US centric, racist, Nazi, fascist executive decision by Drew DeWalt. He has to be cancelled for that. Because I had to Google how to okay. We need to chill. I drank too much coffee, I'm sorry. Too much coffee. Getting too excited. He's cancelled. Yeah, sure. He's cancelled already. We don't have to cancel him again. But yeah, what I wanted to say is that SDL here are absolutely right. Whoever wrote this guide is based. And probably not American. But if the author of this post is an American, they get like double respect. Like double cred. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. So SDL also has two APIs. It has poll events and it has wait event. That's what I wanted to see. And unlike GLFW, it actually gives you the main loop. Because, so why am I obsessing over it so much? I mean, just do callbacks, whatever. And I'm obsessing about it because for some reason, like programmers, like good programmers just fucking hate callbacks. Maybe because they got traumatized by retained mode frameworks, or you know, by web. But all the good programmers I encountered recently, they want control over their loop. And if you get them a callback in the general case, you just instantly get disrespected. Yeah, programmers want control, and you see SDL API gives you this control. You supply event pointer and SDL gives you back. And it's not like you give it a function and SDL calls it whatever, whenever it needs to. So I think that's kind of the API I probably will go for myself, because I also don't really like callbacks. Having control over the loop can be done with callbacks. Yes. I mean, this is what GLFW does, right? GLFW. Where's examples? Something. Boink. Where's the fucking main? So GLFW has loop. Here, your main loop, you write it yourself, but there is no input handling, you see? Because input handling is happening here. You set the key callback. There you go. Right, so you have your main loop where you call the rendering, but key callback happens separately. Is this what you mean? It doesn't happen if you don't dispatch. I mean, yeah, sure, of course. Where is it? Yeah, poll events. There you go. And poll events will do the polling. And this is also how it works with libinput that I'm using for Linux version of my program. Libinput, you also need to call like libinput dispatch or whatnot, and then you have to handle an actual event in the callback. You don't see the difference between what? Between this and how SDL? What SDL does? The only, like, I know, major, not major difference I see is that you have to allocate event yourself in SDL, right? So here, you don't do anything, you just get an event passed to your callback. Yeah. Oh, you don't even... I mean, you have to provide a space for it, I guess, in your call stack. I mean, yes, it's the same in X11. In X11, I guess SDL was maybe, you know, modeled after X11 style API. But I just realized that in GLFW you don't even get an event. You just get key, scan code, action, and mods. You like don't even have a, you don't even get like a struct. That's kind of funny. Hey Brian. So seems like GLFW completely like manages it for you. In Win32 API is a little bit different, because in Win32 you have both. You have window proc that responds to callbacks, but you can also pick events and handle them yourself. I guess it's the same in X11, right? No, in X11 you actually don't have callbacks. In X11 you don't have callbacks though. You have to get events. You always have to get events yourself. You don't have like a proc in the same way as Win32 has. Same code, just split into multiple functions. Yes, and I don't really like the split. I really don't like that in Win32 API you have to, you know, you have these two different things. It's like event based. You know, I would rather go like all in. I would either have that or this. Right? So that's not the same as saying you don't have control over your loop. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, that's fair enough. You have control in GLFW, sort of. You have full control over your loop in SDL. I guess you don't have control over the loop in Winit, in Rust, right? So like, in case of Winit, you can say that you don't have control over the loop. GLFW. Glf. Yes. Unicode is hard. Unicode is only hard because of colored emojis. Like, prove me wrong. If Unicode didn't have like colored emojis bullshit, it would be like 80% easier. Mm-hmm. Nice. Start text input. Wow, SDL has like an imGUI style, like GUI attached to it, or what's that? Holy shit. Or so this doesn't draw. No, it does. So it does draw like a full ass text input? Stop text input. Wow. Yeah, Vanquish, that's fair enough. That's why you need to depend on Harv-Bus, which is like 5 million lines of code or whatever it is. Wayland has some text input protocol, I see. Interesting. The chat box. Ah, okay. It's just, I thought the SDL has a chat box. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. So if we look at API alone, not gonna lie, I kind of like how SDL looks more. I like how SDL looks better than I like how GLFW looks. But when it comes to code organization, I really like how it's all just like fucking flat. Yeah, SDL is Bay, like true. I'm like SDL, like I look at it and I'm in love, honestly. I read SDL's code, like the source code of SDL, and it can be a bit like hairy or complicated. That is true. So when it just comes to reading the source code, I like GLFW because it's simpler, but I'm also, you know, like when it comes to C, I'm a fucking like child. But yes, SDL is much bigger. It has greater scope than GLFW. It has like custom renderer, like GUI stuff. It has like a logger facility. It does fucking audio for you. Child, as in like I just don't know C. I'm bad at C. That's what I mean. So reading C sometimes is like hard for me. Like I know the language, as in I can, if I look at the code long enough, I know what it does, but I just, you know, don't have like this instinctive, right? I just looked at the code, oh, I instantly know what it does. I mean, I know with this code, but you know what I mean. Like you drop me in a foreign code base, just like shows me piece of code, and it takes me some time to parse through it. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's just, I don't program in C all the time, so it takes an effort for me to read the code and understand what it's doing. For example, if you drop me in a Python code base, like I don't even need to parse the code. My brain just sees the code and, you know, I know where to look for. Because I write it every day. It's not a second nature. Yes, exactly. That's a very good way to put it. Hey, Stuart. Yeah, and on the contrast, when I would look at Casey's videos, you know, he would like open a C++ code and he just sees like straight through it, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not arguing that it's not readable, it's just, it is harder than GLFW for objective reasons. But we can take a look at it. Guys, I made a fried rice today, and it was fucking perfect. Like lately, I've been on the fried rice binge. I would just cook a kilogram of rice on like Saturday, and then I just eat it throughout the week. I just like fry it with egg or something. Today I had a bit of an oopsie where I was peeling ginger and I pushed it so hard with my spoon that it fucking squirted into my eye. And I thought I would fucking die because it's so spicy. My eye was red for half a day. Hey Pete, спасибо. It is a cool t-shirt, yeah. Actually, my mom bought it to me. Yeah, I have a rice cooker, yeah, Phoenix. I didn't have glasses on. No, I was without my glasses. Yeah, if I was in glasses, they would have saved me, yeah. Look at that. It's like a lot here. Wait, what do you mean, Leonte? Do you use asserts in my program? Yes, I do. I like asserts. Yeah, I really like rice. that Pete. Yeah, fried rice is very good. So I really like just plain rice without anything, you know, just cooked rice with water, no salt, no anything, because then I can use it as a base for pretty much any, like, you know, like anything goes. Like any type of protein, like salt, like soy sauce, you know, MSG, whatever, just nice. And my rice cooker is special. It's actually a press cooker, so it cooks rice really fucking fast. It takes like 15 to 20 minutes to get like a perfect rice cooked. Holy shit, look at this. It has a fucking PSP backend. What the fuck? Wow. GDK, what's that? I just want to look at the platform layer here. It has current STD leap something. Oh, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Bruh. Where? Bro, where code? View fuck, it turned into mobile interface. SRC, let me just do something like maybe SRC video Wayland, like that. And if we go back here, okay, video. So it does Wayland Windows. So you see, it also does this. It just has it as a separate backends. So it doesn't do like Windows, Linux bullshit. So I think that's the way, and honestly, I think that's what you have to do. And Android also separately, right? I think that's based. Can you show an example of assert in Jai? Yeah, sure, why not? So in Jai you have two types of asserts. You have a runtime assert that you just call as a function, right? So you just call like here. Assert like button font is not equals null. And if it fails, then you can have like a message here that will get printed. This is a regular like runtime assert. Bro. The fuck? What did I do? Yeah. And there's also a compile time assert. It's Odin, hello. Run assert. Yes, I actually agree. So there is a special run compile time assert, which is a directive which runs at compile time, and I don't like it because it has like a weird kind of calling, right? So you have a call here, and then it's like after space you do that. I don't really like it. So when I want compile time asserts, I actually just prefer to do it in run, like not gonna lie. There is an issue though with assert as it is in basic. Hey artist, hello. There's an issue though. Basic, bro. Yeah, here it is. So, and the issue is that if you look at this, it has an arg as bool, which means that even if you compile it with disable assert, the argument will still be evaluated. But runtime assert, does it crash or trap? It traps. So if you look at assert helper, it's actually also in user space. Here, context assertion, it's like... So yeah, it returns should break. It does go through assertion failed, and assertion failed is something you can specify yourself and set it on the context. But eventually, if it returns should break, then debug break will get called here. Debug break. Yep. And debug break is also in user space. A lot of stuff in Jai is in user space. You can check at it, and it will just, you know, do different instructions based on the operating system. So it's all in user space. But the point is that this assert is like, it doesn't go all the way. Where's in basic? It doesn't go all the way because it accepts an argument as Boolean. In release build, it depends not on the build, it depends on whether enable assert is true or false. Right? So an enable assert is a module parameter that you set when you import basic. And so you can set enable assert to true or false depending on the circumstances. For example, if you have a defines for debug or release, you can import basic and set enable assert equals debug. So if you go to my main, down below here, I import basic and I poison memory in temp allocator based on the debug flag. Then I turn memory debugger on when I'm in debug build. And I can do the same thing with like enable assert like equals debug, right? I can do that as well. And then assertions will be enabled only in debug builds. Yeah, but what I wanted to say is that assert in basic, it doesn't go all the way because it accepts a boolean, which means even in release builds, when we discard argument, it still gets evaluated, I think. Yes, it still gets evaluated. And people in Secret Beta Discord, they actually, I think multiple people posted their own, because it's very easy to do. They rewrote assert that accepts code instead of a boolean. And this code gets inserted based on whether assertions are enabled or not. And in this case, actually, the entire code source gets eliminated when you're in release build. So even the expression, even the expression itself doesn't get evaluated. I'm not actually using that assert because I actually don't have it on my computer. I have it on my laptop, like my version of it. But I just never brought it over and I never posted it anywhere. Can you say what the problem with compile time assert was? The problem is that it is a directive and it's just weird. So you have directive for assert when you can just run the function at runtime, when you just can run the regular assert at compile time. It's just like weird and inconsistent, and I don't know what the impact on compile time is with that version. I actually don't know. Not sure. The culture of re-implementing the stdlib functionality, yeah. That's why John doesn't like to call it stdlib. And rewriting it is actually by design, right? That's actually the main reason. That's the main reason why he didn't make a hash table built into the language. That's why hash table is just a library that you have to use and import. He actually said that in one of his streams that he didn't want custom hash table to feel like a second-class citizens. I don't know if it's the main reason why there is no special syntax for them, but he explicitly said that. Which is kind of cool. Yeah. So to summarize, I just can't stop fucking scrolling my unlockable mouse wheel. It's just so good. So to summarize, I want to go for the API like in SDL, where you have full control over your main loop without any callback bullshit. And I will have code organization based on the desktop system, not based on the operating system. Which means our window creation won't have Windows and Linux. It will have Win32, it will have Wayland, it will have X11. Sounds good? I think it sounds good. Yeah. Yep. I think I don't have yep. Let me add yep. Where is my 7TV? I'm signed out. Continue with Twitch. Okay. This is like a freebie. But I will add it because it's like so universal, right? Nice, it works. It's fun. It's very fun how, you know, there was like BTTV where you have to pay for emote slots like past 20, FFZ with the same thing, and then 7TV came and just crushed this fucking emote economy by giving like 500 slots or whatever. We should Chingui, what's that? Tar, hello. I sure hope it's not some like fucking bad word that I just said. Reload overlay. I mean, it usually catches up after a while. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a small bathroom break. Do we get... So, I think as a treat, because we did a good research, I think as a treat, not threat, we can look at our motivational triangle. How do you think about it? Hell yeah. You can have a triangle as a treat while I'm on the break. Okay, I'll be right back. I love that triangle. Yeah, me too. He really becomes the main character of the stream, right? All DVD players. Yeah, I actually want to make one of those. But instead of the DVD logo, we will put a Grandmother from Hollow Knight. Also, I want some stand-up comedy, so I'm gonna bring my table up so I can stand. Give me a minute. Okay, that's enough. I can stand. I had to spread my legs a little bit. I can't bring my table all the way up because some cables are not long enough. And actually it's almost like as high as it goes. So I have to do a little like crab dance if I want to comfortably stand. Anyway, there's our triangle. There goes. There he goes. Ooh. Right. So our modules. And also it seems like the best course of action regarding input handling is that it should be together with window creation. But I think pulling it into a window creation right now would be a little bit hard. Although its module is kind of short. So the API surface is kind of short. So maybe not. Maybe if I just combine the... Maybe if I just make this not as a module but as a, you know, input.jai and then like window or whatever will just have a module that would load the input and provide it. Maybe in that case it'll be pretty easy. But yeah, so hello, window creation, right? So I already pulled the Linux here and we should rename it. We should rename it from Linux to X11. .jai, like this. Which also means that as soon as it tries to import X11, it will get instantly cooked. So maybe it shouldn't be called it, because X11 is like input, there's X11, yeah, so you see how SDL does, it has like X11 events, X11 clipboard, which is funny that clipboard and events are separate. I wonder how they separated it, considering that, you know, clipboard is actually getting handled within the same event loop in in X11, right? Clipboard in X11, it uses selection protocol that's literally no different from like drag and drop, for example. Or a lot of other ways to communicate with the Xorg server. Also has like frame buffer separately, keyboard separately, mouse separately. I wonder what justifies to separate it this much. It's not just handling events. Maybe fair enough, but so do you just put the stuff that sends clipboard events over there? What about drag and drop? Then is it also separate? I don't see like D&D here anywhere. Maybe Din? No, it's some dynamic bullshit. Ah, this is just loader or whatnot. Yeah, this is just a loader. I just saw that. Has pen. Message box. Very important. But yeah, I don't see D&D like separately. I mean, maybe SDL doesn't support no, it has to support drag and drop. Like it does fucking audio in a cross-platform way. Of course it should support drag and drop. Because drag and drop is basically like a clipboard on crack. But anyway, so I don't rat hole on it. I think this is just how it would look like. Right, we have a window. Creation separately, X11 window. Which does it do anything like interesting? It just has some like helper function around, probably like creating around like window events. It does load some ICC CM, or how do they call it, like atoms. How long is it? Well, you know, sometimes like, am I alone in this? When I want some functionality in Jai that doesn't exist yet, or exists in a way that I don't like, I'm like, okay, how much effort would it take for me to make it? And I go somewhere like SDL and I see that, oh, it's like 3,000 lines big. And I'm like, another 2 weeks gone. Maybe I should really just use SDL. But then I'm like, no, we have to be strong. So I'll probably rename it for now. That would not activate the neuron in the same way, yeah. Maybe we'll do like XCB window, not like X11 window. And yeah, a big part of it is learning, right? It's not like I don't really need it for my job, but I enjoy it in a weird, self-hurting, like, self-harming way. What is my job? For money, I do web adjacent development, web adjacent programming. Excuse me. At the moment, I am involved in creating a dev tools for, I want to say web developers, but not necessarily. For people who make websites, yes. A lot of those are not even web developers, not even programmers. So yeah. And so this window creation, I just realized it's not even like a window creation, it will be like a platform. But we will just keep it as window creation for now. We will like rename it later. I work for WordPress. No, I don't work for WordPress. But that would be funny. Imagine working for WordPress and then your boss like throws a tantrum. Never happened to me. I work remotely, Roxette. Roxred. Last time I worked from office was in 2015. So yeah, over 10 years. It's been over 10 years where I work remotely. And in 2015 I worked in the office for like 6 months. Right. Linux. XCB window. It's gonna import. So this should really import like or load XCB. Like XCB. And then XCB will become like a module or something. Right. Look at this. I made this comment, I think. No, it's not my type of comment. No. I would have written this comment, but I would have written it in a different way. Right. So toggle full screen. What else? Create window. So create window. And we will create window without this OpenGL stuff. And I actually have it here. Right, so I will just straight up copy it and paste it here instead of... It will need this input context, so it will need Unicode support. So let me not paste over it. Let me just create it nearby. What about team building? Yes. With my latest, like with the latest company that I worked with, we had a little team building event in November where we met in Berlin. And before that, I also worked with people who like met yearly in different places. So yeah. Yeah, we have that. Are they fun? Depends. With the current company, yes, those are mostly fun and like actual team building when you just like drink beer with your colleagues and shit post, like just talk shit about each other. But with previous company, it was an actual working week where we would just like work together. So it was a bit of both. But I honestly prefer like a working week where you get to like actually co-work with people. And I know that a lot of people would say that, oh, team building events for remote team, it's some like corporate bullshit, like money wasting corporate bullshit. And I've heard that take a lot, but I think it's actually very important. It's just how, people build like. And if you want me to elaborate, it's just when you work remotely, you don't really see your colleagues as real people. You just see them as avatar, as like anime fucking Naruto in Slack or whatever, or like little Yoda in Slack. And at some point, even if you don't mean it, you would stop recognizing that it is a human that you're talking with. Even if you're very good at remote working, even if you're very like conscious about it, you still at some point you will stop seeing your coworkers as people, and you will start having like those weird fucking conflicts and weird ass drama that instantly go away after you meet in person. And then when you meet in person, every time you would read, like a little Yoda message on Slack, you would start like hear an actual voice of an actual person, and this way you just evolutionary will have like a more, you will have just better understanding of that. Yeah, that's why open source is so ruthless. That's why there's constant drama in Linux mailing list, because they never do team building. Imagine that guy who like caused DMA like drama. Imagine if he just had like a beer with Linus instead. I fucking knew little Yoda was ugly. I mean, this is also good, right? You have a bar fight, and then you definitely know that the cultural vibe is just not right, and you can start looking for a new job with clear mind. Yeah, you just need to find a new job, plus R. If your coworkers, if your boss can't let you have your people as a profile picture, this is just not the right place, in my opinion. Do I need to do anything else? I don't think so. Like, we have a global XCB connection, which is probably gonna be here, but not really here. We won't have a global XCB connection anymore, at least I don't think so. So where would I store like the current, you know, like window information? You know, how would I drag this crap around? Right, the current connection, the current like window surface, the XCB stuff. Would I just put it on the context? This is how SIMP does it. SIMP just has platform-dependent info on the context. I mean, yeah, I make window structure. And do I just require all of the functions to receive it? So instead of receiving a window here, which is just like, you know, which is XCB window T under the hood or handle on Windows, I just have a struct instead with some additional info. But then, but also the issue is that I can have multiple X11 connections, right? And one connection can have multiple windows attached to it. So it's not like connection and window are always go like one-to-one. And sometimes connection don't have window at all. Yes, the window has a pointer to a parent connection, but the connection can have multiple windows. You see what I mean? Oh, I guess I have multiple structs, so I would have like a struct per window. Yeah. Yeah, yes, that makes sense. So I would have like yeah. So we would have like a window which is like a struct, and on XCB window it would have a window which is XCB window like T, right? It will have connection, which is a pointer to XCB connection T. What else? I guess that's the start. Like technically it will also have input context, right? And maybe input method. Something like that. But that's a start, and this is how it accepts it, window. Yeah. So toggle full screen. For now, we will just disable that. And what does it return? Success with height, so return true. What the fuck is saved? I don't know, like 0, 0. Let's do that. Create window, you do this, and you return window type. And window type is gonna be our, like, this window. Alright, and window type is this, like, weird... I mean, it's not really weird. It's this thing. So window type is gonna be if OS equals Linux. So here we won't like have an OS. We'll have something like platform, right? And like Win32. And else if like platform equals X11, right? Else like if this is like weird ass compile time. So yeah, I'm like not gonna do it. This will be a like runtime. Ideally, this will be a runtime thing. Right? Yes, I want both. So do I just instead of doing this, instead of doing a compile time alias, do I just have a struct with some like platform dependent that's like if deft by operating system, like if Windows? So do I actually do Windows and Linux? Or do I just do all of them at the same time? Yes, I want. So I guess I need to do like OS. So yeah, I guess this was premature. Yeah, I definitely want to support X11 and Wayland at runtime. Because that's like the whole point, right? So you don't link. Yeah, runtime stuff is per OS, yes. So it means that we're not gonna have a window type. We'll have a window struct, but it will have a separate struct that's like platform dependent, right? Like platform dependent on whatnot. And then platform dependent inside would have like a window handle for Win32 API and all that stuff. Right? Is this where I'm getting? Yeah, in Focus there's like Linux display that has a bunch of stuff. That I remember that. Let me look at it. I want to do this and then yikes, like that. Yeah. Focus. Let's focus, boys. Wait, not no SRC modules. Where is the next release cycle for GitHub? If I recall correctly, somebody successfully pushed Jai syntax highlighting to like GitHub org, right? And so we're just like looking for the next major release or whatnot. Window creation module. Oh, no, we're waiting for them to update the site. Yeah, I guess they will do that during their next downtime, which is like bi-weekly at this point. A Weekend of Odin Langren now. How you tried it, and if so, how do you like it compared to Jai? If I didn't have access to Jai, I would use Odin. I would either use Odin or like plain C. So that's my answer. I actually like Odin. I think it's good. I also respect Ginger Bill a lot. I like him a lot as a human being, and I respect him as a programmer. So yeah, similar to Zig, no. I mean, they're both system languages, right? But Odin has a completely different vibe. I heard Jai copied most. Time to start the fight. Like, we don't start the fire. Hey, Coffee, hello. Yeah. You know why Ginger Bill has so few followers on Twitter? Because he doesn't start drama. You know, he always very like reasonable, very polite. He always tries to make his point across, you know, very clearly. He never causes controversy. He always just, you know, oh, he has another like smart take from Ginger Bill. You know? This is not what you do to have many followers on Twitter. On Twitter, to have many followers, you need to, no. You need to start fights and cause drama. Hey Steph, yeah, you need to Tsoding Max on Twitter. Tsoding actually mastered the art of Twitter. You know how like Elon just nerfs everyone who's not paying for Twitter, and Tsoding is not paying for Twitter, but he's still like on top of the algorithm like all the time. He like mastered the game. He became the game. Yeah. Bill and Andrew are actually friends. Yeah, they are. I remember for a fact that I think Bill was like supporting Zig financially, even like subscribe to Patreon or something. Where's Windows Struck, Tilionte? Have you lied to me? Or is it Linux only? Ah, you're talking about... I thought you meant something else. Yeah, I know about fuck, Linux display. But where is it? WT. Where is your window type? Do you not have window type here? Oh, here it is. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So it is a pointer to LD.window. So you didn't just alias the struct itself, you actually made it a pointer. I assume so that it has a similar size, right? So similarly to macOS. Is this why it is a pointer? Yeah, too much. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Because you can't touch other platforms. Yeah. Does Nick still maintain macOS version, or it's mostly like just in whichever state it is? I'm curious. What about the V language? I know I like V is kind of like the language that you're supposed to disrespect. Because it constantly like keeps false advertising itself, right? Here it is, link display. Ooh. And this is the breach, right? So you remove com.jai.application. What is this Java bullshit, Leonte? What is this? Do you also have public static void main? I have active backend, GL backend. Here's the pointer to window. Yeah, so this is just like to shove stuff into correct places. And the display itself is in... Where is it? Here? No, this is OpenGL stuff. Oh, I guess it's just like defined separately, right? So you have XCB display. And you have base display. Have a window, base window. We have all the init stuff. Window creation, yeah. So this is all of that we're gonna yoink. All of that we're gonna just yoink. Mouse pointer. So this is good actually. This is like Windows and input in the same place. Well, not exactly in the same place because... Actually kinda is. Ah yeah, here's the handler, okay. Handle button event. Define to that reverse hostname format for the XDG desktop standard, I see. But why com? That doesn't com like stand for commercial or something? And hair was made by this Kaizo guy that disappeared after getting exposed. Yeah, by Drew DeWalt. Did he actually disappear though? I thought he just like temporarily nuked his social networks and that's it, like crashed out. He like crashed out about Stallman, right? And then he just vanished or something. But like for a while. Home of Jai is because it's not a focus application, or because it's not like a focus. It's like Jai app. Okay, yeah. I know what you mean. I was thinking about Focus as a text editor, right? But this is, you know, kind of generic platform layer. So yeah, that makes sense. So it should be com.thekla.jai. You can't be too based if you're famous and powerful. What do you mean? I'm based and I'm famous and powerful. What do you mean? Are you disrespecting my micro-celebrity status? Huh? Huh? I see, Leon. Yeah. Yeah, that's the display. Init flags. XB pure, force core. This is X input 2 bullshit. And here we have a display, which is either X11, XCB, or Wayland. Then we have window. Backend choice. Ooh. This is quite thorough. And then there's like a generic init display. Desired GL backend. Technically, if we want to support something other than OpenGL, then this shouldn't be a thing. I mean, I'm not about focus, about like some, you know, generic platform layer. Excuse me. So we have base display. Desired graphics API. What the fuck? Is this GitHub bug or is it actually B-base display? Are you seeing this? B-base display. Nice one. Wow. Okay, and here's, this is actually a bit of both, right? X11 and Wayland in the same kind of dispatch. And here's create window, and it just, so there's like function pointers that you assign on display, and then it calls that. Donate them to the Red Cross. Yeah. Where's base? Ah, here it is. Type. Yeah, and the functions are basically what the Jai modules have, so those should probably be rewritten. Yeah. Init flags, desired GL backend. Bum, 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 bum. Window. Okay, yeah, we have an array of windows. Nice. This is what I was talking about. Why do you have mouse delta on the display? It's because in Jai it was just global, right? So you just put it on the display to namespace it in some way. And on Wayland you get that via a callback. On libWayland, on our based Wayland, we will have it in the main loop. We will make everything immediate mode. It wants mouse delta per frame, yeah. Yeah, and it is global. Yes, I remember that. And actually, I don't really want to rewrite input module. I think input module is, at least for my current use case, is mostly fine. GL display. This is the EGL or like GLX. Yes, I agree with you. And since I don't really want, I would gladly rat hole on platform layer. So, but I don't really want to rat hole on generic input module, if that makes sense. Because the way my program works, at least, is that I really rely, like my program, its kind of killer functionality is that it uses direct kind of kernel input API. without any overhead, so it's as fast as it can be. But my UI actually uses input module, and my UI is so minimalistic that I don't really miss any features from it. But, I mean, rat hole is my second name, so maybe we will. And these are function pointers, yes. You have been rat holing on input for months. Relatable. A base window. And also like a bunch of function pointers here. Validate usage. What are we validating here? Compile time assertion. Okay. I think that might come to an end. Mrs. Valigo is coming back in 1 or 2 weeks. Yes, she's coming back in 2 weeks on March 16th. I won't be able to stream like 9 hours a day. But I still want I want to keep streaming, to be honest. I enjoyed it a lot. So maybe I will be able to, you know, like grab a few hours here and there. So yeah. What's that? This is just some check call like for weak people checking usage. Consume loop wake up event. Man, this looks so complicated, and callbacks. Callbacks. Check usage week. Why do you need to check for errors? You only need to check for errors if you do errors. If you don't do errors, you don't need to check for errors, right? Does TCap even stream anymore? I've heard he got like one-shotted by League of Legends and he's just a gamer now. Wait, F? I lost 700 frames. So maybe it just like lagged a little bit. It was a small F. Yeah, it's all good. All good. Don't panic. Okay, yeah, I lost a little bit of frames, a little spike or something. It's just, yeah. We're back. Small-ish F. Okay, don't panic. YouTube is going strong. Yeah, maybe Twitch lagged. Twitch was checking usage that yeah. Yeah, Twitch, if you compare technical ability, Twitch is definitely less competent than YouTube. But it's good when it comes to like social elements and just like chat culture overall, right? So yeah. All right, I see. So this is like, there's a lot of stuff here for sure. There's a lot of stuff here. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, off the top of my head, I don't really know how to do it without if-defs. Without just like if-else. It's because on Twitch it happened organically, plus R. Twitch has a long history that it at least used to treat with respect, you know? And other platforms, they just, you know, got created overnight and just, oh. Yeah, all like tryhards, Craigasms, resident sleepers, you know, kappas. Twitch has a long and rich culture that is actually based off of real people. And Twitch used to not be afraid of controversy, right? So it would just put actual people into the limelight. Is that the correct word to say in this context, limelight? I just said it, but now I'm second guessing myself. But yeah. And if you go to YouTube and see its emotes, it's just some fucking red blobs that don't have any personality. Yeah, and I mean, of course, it's like a double-edged sword, right? One day you realize that RNGesus beat up his wife, and you have to remove his emote off of the platform, right? Or like, you know, a PogChamp likes Trump too much, and you can't have that, right? You only allow to support terrorists on Twitch. Trump is banned. Is there a way to get min-max value of an integer? I think there is in math module, right? Definitely there was something. Yeah, max of type, here it is. Yeah. And min of type. I mean, it's okay. But yeah, how would you do it without callbacks? Let me think. And in general, I don't have that much stuff against callbacks. It's just there are too many of them, right? At some point, it's just too many. Yeah, OpenGL works with function pointers. I GetRect and Simp also. Simp not so much, but GetRect also works with function pointers, right? You need to set them. GLFW does if-defs, I think. It like if-defs on the platform, and then actually maybe it also, oh shit. It actually also maybe sets function pointers. If only you would be able to, I mean, if you would be able to import modules at runtime, it's basically also a giant ass function pointer, right? Yeah. When should you if else? I mean, you can do if else, but if you do, you know, like 20 if else's for each individual function, or inside of each individual function, I think you might as well, you know, put a procedure pointer instead and have a little bit of an indirection this way. So the advantage of this approach is that your indirection is kind of all in the same place. Otherwise, you would have to, you know, get DPI scaling factor, and inside of the get DPI scaling factor, you would have if X11 do this, if Wayland do that, right? And then inside of set window title, if X11 do this, if Wayland do that. You know what I mean? And this way you just do it once on init. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Like, it might be a little bit harder to read this code technically if you're new to the code base, because it is a level of indirection that you need to get through, which is a little bit hidden compared to just if else that's right in your face. You know what I mean? But when you're familiar with code base, this is, I mean, and this is, I think this should be generally just faster too. Well, maybe, I don't know. This goes through 2 pointers, right? And if else can also go through 2 branches, so in terms of, I mean, in terms of speed, it probably doesn't matter. It's just something, it's just like a thought on the side. Yeah. Are your calls linear or random at runtime? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, some of them are linear, right? So like init, create window, they all happen predictably. But then, you know, stuff like get mouse position and like toggle window full screen, those can happen randomly, if that's what you were asking about. Yeah. So, right, just to... Rendering is the same every frame, yes, rendering is the same every frame. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess that probably makes sense. Right, so I mean, this, you know, if you would have an ability to import a module at runtime, then it would work. But I mean, importing module at runtime under the hood would also just set a one fucking giant pointer, right? So it would be this kind of indirection anyway, just like hidden from you in some kind of sense. Yes. Yes. You have to distribute module code base with your program. I mean, you already kind of have, right? I mean, you already have. What's my CPU? It's some... Here, it's Intel i9-9900K. That's it. I wonder if you can solve that with generics somehow, right? So, you can only do that at compile time again, right? So imagine this scenario. You have X11 module and you have Wayland module. You import both, and your window types are actually different. So you pass, you call user calls create window, and it chooses, I know, like chooses Wayland. And under the hood, your library creates Wayland window, and then loads Wayland procedures, right? And then when, for example, user calls like handle events or toggle full screen window, you just call a regular full screen window, and it gets correctly polymorphed because it takes Wayland window instead of X11 window. You know what I mean? Will that work? Would that work at all? Or not really? Yes, you would have to have separate objects, yes. So instead of having a window, you would have X11 window and you would have X11 window and Wayland window, like that. And so then Huh. Yeah, I know you can't. Hey, Rafael. Hello, welcome. Hello and welcome. I assume you mostly like say hi and go to bed because it's like what, 11 p.m. What's on the menu? I am rewriting a platform layer, so window creation and stuff like that, because we are dissatisfied with the state of events. Yeah. We are done with OpenGL bindings generator for now. Well, OpenGL loader / bindings generator, it actually works pretty well. We pulled it in, and now we need to rewrite like window creation and stuff around it to support XCB instead of libx11, so we can use a different OpenGL backend that we wrote, and in the future so that it supports Wayland. And today we were mostly researching how other libraries do that and how Focus does it with like function pointers, whatnot. Moment to stop working on Jai bindings, the Jai High Council pops up. Yeah, true. Yeah. and I mean, the issue with the platform layer in Jai window creation is that it links against libx11. And I don't want to link against libx11. I want to load it at runtime. And in fact, I don't want libx11 at all. I want XCB. Because the big reason is that it supports multi-threading quite well compared to libx11. I tried to do libx11 when I started working on this app, and I just couldn't get multi-threading work with XDisplay. It just didn't work at all. I tried to like do init threads, like lock and log, just didn't fucking work. And the moment I switched to XCB, it all worked magically and right away, so I just said, fuck it, I'm gonna use XCB from now on. I had to pull Windows 1 too, because it didn't support some stuff I needed, right? So tray icons, I had to add it and also wait for event. There was nothing to suspend the thread. Also, close window was sent in a quit event, right? And I wanted to close to tray. So yeah, I had to rewrite Windows input too, but not as much. Linux one I will have to rewrite like completely. And Linux one I have to rewrite completely, and Windows one I just modified here and there. So yeah. So yeah, I guess unless I want to expose platform types onto the user, I would have to use something like this, like a function pointers. I don't really see like a better way. Unless I really do, like, you know, unless I really do this. Right. You could use the optional bake. I mean, what would it give me? What would it give me? I mean, it wouldn't really give me that much, right? Like, I would still have to do a bunch of if-else then. If you can keep the top level like you defined it, then compile time if at the top level and call directly into the platform specific functions. But this means I will have to decide whether it's X11 or Wayland at compile time, no? Right. Yeah. Yeah, we need runtime stuff. And you know what? Actually, like my... the way my app works is I might need not only support either one or the other at runtime, I might actually need to support both. If we are being for real. Because the way my app works, it remaps keys at the kernel level, and my app will need to have both active connections. It would have to have an active connection to Wayland display and to X11 display, right? Because one application might be running in Wayland context and I need to override its buttons, and another one might be the X11 game. So my app should not only dispatch at runtime for X and Wayland, it should like do both at the same time. Which is a bit crazy, but it is what it is. I mean, that's like Linux desktop for you. And yeah, this is for my keyboard app. Yeah. It's for Linux version of my keyboard app. Actually, my Windows version is already shipped. Here it is. Yeah. It almost has 300 stars on GitHub. How about that? I am slowly becoming a micro celebrity. Yeah, dispatching is quite easy, yes. Stuck in Linux user space hell, true. Yes, yes, I can put as many displays as I want, true, yes. And I mean, I thought that Wayland is impossible to implement, but I was proven wrong, right? Because they recently merged the protocol for getting the focused window. So I think it means we're golden. We can do that. So yeah, after thinking about it, I think that this is the way to go. Procedural pointers. Hell yeah, brother. Maybe not, maybe without an API like that. But yeah, I just don't really see a different way. Maybe we don't have to put them on display and window. Maybe we can put them, you know, into a flat, into like a module namespace. They will have... So, Wayland appeared in 2008, right? So almost 20 years ago. And in 2008, X11 was like 30 years old, right? Which means that I have like another like 8 to 10 years before Linux people come up with the new desktop protocol. Yes, Wayland is already that old. Yes, 2008 is where it was released. So yeah, I have another like 8 years to make my perfect Windows Linux platform layer before it becomes, you know, obsolete. Yeah. I will have so much experience implementing new protocols that it will be literally free, for sure, for sure. Better get cracking, yeah. Oh, by the way, you haven't seen my OpenGL generator, right? Because I haven't advertised it in secret beta Discord. I wanted to say silently working on it, but it was very loud actually here on stream. So the way it works, let me so we have the way it works is you populate this struct generator option. You say which API you want, which is an enum of different OpenGL versions, like desktop and mobile ones, and platform also. You select profile, so like core compatibility. You set a list of extensions, right, and set the output directory. This is like how it looks like. Right, so you want OpenGL version 3.3, like EGL version 1.5. A bunch of extensions, output directory, and GI generate bindings. And on the output path, you get this. You get EGL, XMLs. Oh, you get EGL.jai with all of the enums that you requested, right, for 1.5, for example. And you have like a procedure pointers that like namespaced in a struct. And then you have requested extensions separately. And then on top of that, you have a module that generates a call for, you know, checking the supported extensions, loading procedure pointers, loading extensions, and it gives you this entry point that just loads this shit at runtime. And then your user code. Here's the example. All you do is you just call GL load, and you can use OpenGL that's running at runtime, yeah. And yeah, the important part is that we're not parsing C headers or using like libclang to generate headers from C ones. We are parsing XMLs from Kronos directly. Which means we can control the shape of the code, right? We can create our own enums, our own like namespaces, our own wrappers if we want, For now, it's very basic. It only creates a wrapper struct around procedure pointers. So you don't have to link against a specific library. Yeah, but in the future we can spice it up as hard as we want. Yeah. It actually still uses bindings generator for some core types because those are just C code embedded into XML. And we can do something similar to Vulkan and Wayland and X11, yes. So for anything that's like, you know, has XML descriptions. I mean, those have different shapes, right? The protocol descriptions have different shapes, so we can't straight up reuse it. But since the concept is similar, we can reuse a lot of concepts, I guess. Right. It's kind of a start. Vulkan is pretty close, so we might reuse a bunch of Vulkan stuff. Are XML API specs common? Well, on Linux they kinda are. Now do YAML, no thank you. But yeah, so at this point, it's like what, 1500 lines of code for OpenGL loader. And it will become bigger. It will become a little bit bigger, I think, still. Because there are gaps. But it's already useful. Yeah. Yeah, it's not Linux specific. That's I need to point it out. It's just I was doing it in the context of Linux. But in the Wild West, like in out there, yeah, that's not much GLAD. So you know, GLAD is my main competitor. I think their generator logic is like 3,000 lines of code, but I mean probably does more, right? It generates multiple languages too. So I don't know how closely it compares, yeah. And it also has a bunch of boilerplate that we also want to automate. So for example, here, right, I generate presets. So these are presets for API. So this can be automatically generated. I just pasted them in, stuff like that. And this is the tiny part that uses an actual bindings generator. It has to generate a base set of types, the Chronos type devs, because this is just C that they embedded in XML. They didn't actually like properly specify that. Properly, you know, properly made an XML out of it. So I still use bindings generator for tiny little bit of it, but yeah, at least it's very self-contained and it doesn't have to load an actual libraries. Oh, and by the way, feature request. Now I have to create a temporary C file that I need to save to disk in order to generate bindings. I don't know if libclang supports it, but it would be very nice if bindings generator supported creating bindings from a string buffer. Yeah. Yeah, I need bindings generator only because... So look at that. So at the very start, there's a type section, and it's not XML that has types. It's literally, you see type dev unsigned in GL enum. It's literally fucking C code that they pasted into XML. And it has this crazy stuff like if dev apple, so it's just literally C code. And so just for this section alone, I extract it as text from XML and I run it through bindings generator. And everything else I do properly. Right, so look at this crap, like type def void and then some like fake ass tags. And then the parameters that you would have to parse. Right, which is like C. So I can do it, I can just, you know, write this manually once and don't use bindings generator. Maybe, I mean, maybe, you know, maybe that's what I should do. But yeah, I just wrote it. So it's so it gets generated automatically. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I've been working on recently, and now this is kind of in a state where I can use it, where I can use its output, and yeah, I get to like add it to simp, and I will have to rewrite a platform layer. I already have a window creation that uses XCB instead of libx11, and I need to like port a bunch of. Oh yeah, right. The main character. Where is it? The fuck is this? Yes. Yeah, look at that. It actually works, right? Yeah, and if we what do we like examples? Yeah, if I run LDD on XCB OpenGL, you can see that it doesn't actually link to any OpenGL libraries. It links to libxcb because, right, I didn't load that at runtime, but it doesn't link to any OpenGL stuff. It loads everything at runtime. Nice. Yeah. You can give, but I haven't found any way to give bindings generator just a string buffer. Maybe I haven't looked far enough. But yeah, I want to take another bathroom break. Yes, I can load XCB at runtime. I already have bindings for that too. Yeah, I can. I just didn't do it for this example. libclang supports it. Yeah, nice. It would be nice if bindings generator exposed it. That would be cool. Will you be doing Vulkan stuff? Eventually, I want to. Yeah, go hub. Hello. Yes, I want to do Vulkan as well. I just did OpenGL because that's what simp GI graphics, like GI 2D graphics library uses under the hood. That's why I did OpenGL. But Vulkan is not that much different. So yeah, okay, I'll... yeah, have a good night, Rafael, too. Thanks for stopping by. I will make a small bathroom break and then we'll start pasting shit from Focus. Yeah, I feel good tonight. I can go for like a few more hours, for like 2.5 hours. So we're good on time. Just let me do the thing. My back like legit hurts after standing for an hour and a half. I need to buy a treadmill. You know, one of those cheap second-hand treadmills we saw on ad sites here. Those things are noisy. Yeah, I guess so. I follow a streamer, Useless Mouth on Twitch. He's like a Russian streamer. He's also in Jai Beta. He's like a big streamer. Thousands of people watching him. And he has treadmill. And he has a nice noise cancellation setup, so you don't actually hear it. I think there's also like a YouTuber, John Strafe, or what's his name? He posts videos about video games. He also streams on a treadmill, and you won't hear a treadmill on his stream. So making a good noise cancellation setup for those are definitely possible. But maybe those are, expensive ones, so they're quieter, I don't know. Might be okay on stream, but might be annoying for people next to you. That's the best part. I have my own room, like / office. There's no one next to me. How about that? The only people who can get annoyed with that sound are Serbs who are protesting outside of my window. Yeah. Worked in the office with those old Apple keyboards that you could hear chatter in the next. Nice. Actually, I have a closed headphones, but they don't technically noise canceling. They just closed. Not these one. These are open. These I can hear myself very well. Let me close a bunch of tabs on my other monitor. I have a bunch of crap open. Shit. Because it's like a bit cluttered. Okay, yeah. Done. So... Where was that? I don't find keyboard typing annoying at all. Yeah, I actually like the chatter of keyboards and clicking of mouses. Actually find it quite relaxing. I don't even really have a good benchmark for what noise I find annoying, because as I said, I never really worked from the office. I just judge by, by my time in uni, I guess. And I mean, in uni back then we didn't really have like laptops or computers, so nobody was really typing. But in the classroom with the computers, when everybody are there and you have to work alone, people are typing and it's fine. And also when I visited Coworking a few times, I guess the only thing that was kind of annoying for me is just people shouting, like sudden loud noises from people who are like on the phone. I guess those kind of that kind of stuff would throw me off. Listening to the stream is usually quite monotonic, right? And it's not directed at you in any way, and you also have a control over the stream because you can always shut it off. So it probably doesn't induce any kind of anxiety. So it's just more relaxing. Maybe that's why. But first, XCB, I made it a module. So since I made it a module, I guess I need to do it like xcb.sgi. Maybe I just create it as an X11 module. So let me make it a directory. You put xcbx11 bindings inside Linux display. I found it easier to manage for loading at runtime because you can just load the file, like do load. And Linux display is a separate module. There was this one episode where Code Miko was on and singing. It was excruciating. Nice. Oh, I just got email from John about the temp allocator thingy. By the way, John has added a bunch of people to the beta recently, which means that the new compiler version is coming. You're referring to Prime? I was just about to ask, like, where did you... I don't know, I can't watch Prime streams as a background content. He's like just too energetic. You know, he gets like, grabs all the attention, he tries to be engaging. You know, he's not just like quietly working. So yeah, I can't watch him as a background content. It's like impossible. That's why if I watch Prime, you know, I like watch him as a show. like I'm like an active. If I watch him, I actively watch him. So it's impossible to have him just on the back. Too engaging, too how like erratic. I know what's the like right word. Hey Tamaguchi, hello. Who's based? Prime? Yeah, Prime is quite based in my opinion. Okay. Zoomer Max, me too streamery. I mean maybe, but you know, that's it's successful, right? I mean, it is successful. He's Zoomer Maxing, you know, he does like fellow kids stuff, right? But it is successful. It is what it is, right? I mean, it is his job. So it's not like I'm... It's not like I'm saying like yikes, like cringe. No, not at all. If Zodiac Zoomer maxed, he would also have like thousands of viewers. Yeah, I mean, if Zoomers gotta watch something, I would rather Zoomers watch Primeagen. Unironically. I think he's a very good influence on Gen Z programmers. And I actually mean that. Okay, window creation. So you have window creation like separately from Linux display. Linux display, if we think about it conceptually, right, because Linux display is like an abstract name. What it actually has is, you could say it, you could call it a Linux user space bullshit. That's how this module should actually be called. You see, it has a font config, right? It has timers. Actually, timers are good on Linux, I think. And it has like X11 and where's Wayland stuff? Here, LDW is Wayland. But why so little? Where's the rest? Where are protocols? Are they separately? Oh, Wayland is separately. And EGL is also in Wayland. Ah, okay, it's only Wayland extension is here. Yeah. But yeah, okay, so this is just kind of name spacing to avoid clashing with other platforms, because you don't want to deal with those. That's fair enough. So I think so. If this window creation, you know, if for example it would have called somewhere different, right? If we, you know, like if this wouldn't be a window creation, if it would be like JDL, you know, right? Like if it would be like JDL, all of the stuff would be here too. So Linux display would be here. Yes. So we would have XCB window. This would be not Windows, this would be... I mean, Windows is fine, right? It could be like Win32, it could be Windows. And XCB would also go here, so if I... where is my XCB? XCB common, XKB common, so... mark, what else? uinput is actually core Linux stuff, so no. That's it, right? Yeah, that's it. So this would have gone here. Another mark. And this is like core, kind of, just plain XCB, just like this. It doesn't have a bunch of extensions. We would have to pull those separately. So for cursor, for all this crap. And the module would load if OS is Linux. And this is where Linux display kind of comes to play, right? So if we have window type here, yeah, you see Linux display. Kind of like that. I just wonder, how is SDL window defined in SDL? Do we have like SDL window? Yeah. It's probably in SDL, like... Is it in SDL internal? So how do I... Okay, here it is. SDL this video. XYWH, min max, aspect ratio, Flux, scale. And it has a display too. Oh. It also has device. That's pretty cool. And you see, so it does procedure point. That's what I was looking for. Right? Size, mode, blah blah blah. So yeah, a bunch of function pointers. So it also does function pointers here. I mean, I don't think there's even like a better way to be. I mean, conceptually, it will be a function pointer one way or the other. There's just no other way to do runtime dispatch in the statically compiled language, right? It will have to be some kind of a vtable. But if we're talking about just quality of life features, then yeah, I don't know. I mean, GetRect uses function pointers. I guess the only quality of life you get is that the syntax is just nice. Because you can do like name, colon, type. Right? That's your quality of life. Okay. So I think the way I start doing it is I probably don't want to touch a window right now. I probably want to just do the similar stuff with Linux display. I'm not gonna have it as a separate module though. Yeah, and also I don't want window type to be a separate module, yeah. Well, since I said that I don't want to do anything with input right now, I probably will have it as a separate module. But then we will slowly kind of swallow everything. Yeah, that's how we will do it. So we will have a Linux display. Ooh. Do I want the separate module though? Like, I don't think so. I'll maybe just... Can I just do it here in the module? Like, is there any reason I can't just do it here? I mean, well, the only reason is this if-def in particular. Like, I guess I can just have it like like here, if OS equals Linux, right? Just have our Linux display here. We can call it like just display. Actually, I don't even want to namespace it. I just want to put it here. And so, going off from the first principles, it will have a display type. So this is like base display. And here we will have like a, right? Like so something like that. And so it will look something like this. It will look like something this. Look something like this. And same with window. And then it's like I don't know. Right, if we go to Linux display, what does it actually have? Where is it? Where are you? Oh, so you don't use it as base, you have it like as a union. Why though? So you can have an array. I see what you mean. Yeah, I see. Where's base? It's in scope file down below, right? Yeah, there you go. Array of windows, yep. Why do you need an array of displays? Is this just to manage like all the connections you have to like the display server? Or I guess the question is, why do you need it to be heterogeneous? Like what use case you had to have an array of, you know, potentially different displays? I just wonder. I mean, I will potentially have a connection to Wayland and to X11 at the same time. I can have it. Yeah. Yes. I'm not gonna have this union now, because I'm not gonna use it, so I don't want like a dead code laying around. So I'll just do this. And for now, display. We'll do this, and what does base display has again? Does it have? Array of windows. And what does, let me check the concrete implementation in you know, object-oriented terms. It has an actual display, has a handle to the connection. Wait, what the fuck is this? What is this? Screen, whether it's initialized, X input, XKB, base event, file descriptor, max request length, yeah. Yikes. Yikes. But yeah, makes sense. Clipboard. So yeah, okay, this is all of the stuff that depends on the concrete X11 connection. And so you don't keep array of windows on the concrete display. You actually keep array of windows on the base display structure. Like my gut would be just storing it here. But I guess it makes sense. Yeah, because you have the union, yeah. Because your window is also a union. Display and a handle. Different window management code between backends. Yeah. Base. Oh, you have namespaced, like your bindings namespaced, mine are not. Also X input, clipboard, I'm not gonna have any of those for now, not for now at least. Yeah. I mean, we can actually have it as a parameter in bindings generator. Yeah, that makes sense. You are namespace stuff by default guy, right? I remember that was like something in syntax discussions where you prefer to do this. Wait, why do you create window? Ah, okay, I just skipped over this. Yeah. I actually used to be like that, but then when I started using Jai and, you know, using global stuff just kind of alright, I became global namespace peeled. Not gonna lie. um Yeah, I know. I'm just talking about different things, different thing. Fuck. So do I do a union of windows? An array of windows is not an array is not a pointers, right? If I recall correctly. Yeah, it is an array of all things. So that should be fine. Display. But then if you resize it, pointers will get invalidated. Right. Oh, well, actually, no. You don't. You will not. No, it's fine, yeah. Oh, you use a type here, I just realized. Why do you do this? Because I would expect it to be something like compiler module. Will you have like a display type or like kind, right? And it would be like you know what I mean, right? No. Why is it not like, you know? Why is it not an enum? I guess that's what I'm asking, you know? Like base, x11, right? Like xcb, like win32, something like that. Ah, it's just because you don't need to, right? That's why you did it. Okay. Let's do it then. But we can switch to enum if I don't like it. Actually, enum can save you space. Didn't you know that? That's for pools with no bed access. Yeah, true. Let me do window after display. Actually, don't worry, I'm not gonna do Windows for now and Wayland. This is gonna be a waste of time. We're gonna focus here. Right, so we have this. Then we have... I guess whether it is initialized or no. I'm not even gonna do libx. I'll just do x11 and it's gonna be xcb. So let's think about it. Why do we need libx11, right? The only reason why we need libx11 at all is because there are like configurations where some like video driver just doesn't work with xcb. And I think that's the only reason is video drivers, right? You've seen systems that don't have xcb installed. How is this possible? I thought that modern libx11 is implemented on top of xcb. Like even libx11 itself is implemented on top of xcb. So this shouldn't be possible, right? Maybe it's packaged. Maybe it's packaged in a weird ass way where, you know, they only have, you know, relevant bits and pieces without exposing it to the rest of the system. That would be my assumption. Yeah, but systems that don't have xcb, I don't know. I'm fucking happy to treat them as third-class citizens. If you want to use libx11, go live in the woods, I don't know, like, go cut your own wood. Or some shit. A lot of people using focus on... How do you know that? Are you collecting telemetry? I mean, to be honest, the good thing about xcb and loading it at runtime is that is that you can straight up just ship libraries with you, right? Maybe you could even compile xcb statically, right? Because no, you cannot. If you want to use like EGL. Yeah, I see. I mean, I'm gonna do EGL, I'm not gonna do GLX. So should the platform layer support libx11 at all? Maybe it should. Will I do it in my program? I think no, because I want to do EGL and XCB. Because XCB can be loaded. Huh. Yeah, that's super weird. I wonder what distros are those that don't have it. That's so fucked. Yeah, that's super weird. But, I mean, like, XCB is so small, you can probably just vendor it, right? Like, I wouldn't be against just, you know, shipping XCB.so together with my program, for example. I see, yeah. Have you thought about just vendoring those, by the way? Because I don't think, you know, version of those would, like, matter too much. And, you know, you could try system and fall back to your own, or just use your own. Because you would then, you know, check supported extensions from the server anyway. I wonder what's the downside of vendoring libxcb dependencies. I mean, apart from Linux packagers, you know, hating on you. GoHub, I saw you rant on Twitter about GUIs being impossible to be made on Linux. The main reason is because Linux desktop, like, user space is all over the place. right? You have X11 that can't die for you know, forever, or like just that can't finally die. And then you have Wayland that really tries to replace X11, but it cannot because it's deficient by design. And so you have this weird ass system where all the desktop software has to support Wayland and X11 in order to be able to get adopted by the majority of users. And on top of that, you have like glibc that constantly breaks backwards compatibility, and it creates a lot of churn and pain and despair. And if you compare this to something like Win32 API that doesn't change ever, you know, the program that is literally compiled on like Windows XP 10 years ago or like 20 years ago can still be run on Windows 11 just fine. Maybe with some, you know, compatibility flags, but still. And that's, I guess, my main... That's why. Because there's just... The ecosystem to make desktop applications on Linux is just bad. You don't want to have to distribute more than one binary. That's fair enough. But I mean, would it be possible to do? I guess so. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, right. So, app ID, irrelevant for now, Windows, array of Windows. I want to put it here. I want to put it on X11 display, and then we'll see the friction. Right, it's gonna be an array of X11 window. Mouse delta, this is later. Events this frame. Yes, but later. GL, a bit later. So for now, create window. That's the main one. Can I tell you about this book I'm writing? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Why not? This is on display. Boo. And let's make it type. Display is a pointer to display window red window with height window name string. Let me do S32. I don't like ints. SY parent window null background color RGB. This is should be a comma. Yeah, that's it for now. It's about these people who bring dinosaurs back to life by cloning. But they, I guess, have underpaid the guy. But they underpaid the guy who runs the entire operation. So he turns the computers off. Now they have to survive the night. I think I've heard something similar. Yeah, I think I've heard something similar. Was it like in Simpsons or something? But I think that's a great idea. And the guy who is underpaid, it should be, you know, like peak virgin, like fat, with glasses, with like annoying nasal voice. So basically like me. That is the guy from nah Phoenix. I mean, that's like it's not even similar. No, no, no. That's something completely different and irrelevant to the point. No, no, no. This is the book about cloning dinosaurs. And Jurassic Park is some, like, Indiana Jones and a theme park bullshit. About something different. Yeah, a little similar to that Simpsons. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's mostly original, yeah. I mean, that sounds like a great book. I'm sure it's gonna be very successful. Good idea as long as there are velociraptors, yeah. Yeah, velociraptors are cool because they can chase the main characters down the hallways because they're small enough to fit into the corridors. Yes, that's a great idea. And make sure there's like a hot chick in the book and there's a scene where the dinosaur rips her clothes apart and she has to like run around half naked. Like, very important part. Should be very captivating. Oh shit. Okay, so create window. And display should have like an init function. Do you not have like an init on the... I guess init is a static one, right? You just call it and it actually dispatches the stuff, right? So an X11 display should have like handle, which is XCB connection T, and it is like a pointer to the connection. Yes, yes. So the init one should be the static, yeah. So that one, that is the one that will actually have the if else's, all of the if else's. How can you even turn the doorknob? They don't have fingers. Yeah. Oh, and since you're writing it in 2025, they should try to ask ChatGPT how to open the doorknob, and ChatGPT will like hallucinate something, you know, crazy. I mean, they're smart. That's how. You actually related to Isaac Asimov? I mean, if it's not a joke, that's fucking crazy. And I mean, you said that your parents, you know, came from Russia. So yeah, that's like, that's insane. Yeah, yeah, I would definitely shake your hand. Now it makes sense how your family owns a private diamond mine with like slaves in Africa and shit. Now it all makes sense. Suddenly. Has native handle. Why would you need has native handle? Okay, we will figure it out later. And screen. Yeah, screen is a good one. Yeah, they should like call you up in OpenAI so you can do some lawmaking for AIs because you have the authority. You want to search for a specific window based on the handle. I see. ChatGPT, the Velociraptor's sharp claws tap awkwardly against the smooth metal of the doorknob, its hand too rigid to grasp. After a moment of frustrating wriggling, very frustrating, yeah, it lunges forward, ramming its body against the door, hoping the force alone will be enough to push it open. That sounds like Velociraptor, alright. However, I think the no-killer robots is out of the door. His brother Stanley is my great-grandfather. So he will be your great-grand-uncle. Yes. Yeah, great-grand-uncle, yeah. In Russian we call it внучатый племянник. Внучатый дядя, получается, ты его внучатый племянник. Yeah, this is very good enough for me. Yeah. X input, XKB, cursors, clipboard, scaling, atoms. Are atoms initialized separately per display? I guess they are. Yes, I guess they are. So we need to do this too. Right, so this automatically means import yeah. Global atoms, this is later. Server has a single value. I mean, yeah, most likely. Devices. What's that? What's that? Bro. Oh, this is X input stuff. Yeah. Okay. And pending event is also on the display. Okay. You don't actually use it. Okay, I see. How much time it is? 12:28. I feel like I'm starting getting slowly start getting tired. I just today got so much information about all of these different APIs and libraries. Init display. Okay, so let's actually start doing this. I actually have all this functionality in so how do we load? What do we load here? It's like XCB window. Let's like rename it in X11 window again. And modules will... Do we need to load it here? Linux. Let's just load X11 window for now. So on here, toggle full screen gets eradicated internally. Here window is not here. Here window is not here. Amazing vocabulary, amazing eloquent communication skills. Window name this. should be actually provided. The title should be provided, right? I always was kind of like so confusing. Why is create window not accepting a window title? That always kind of bothered me, you know? Wait function puts that event there so it can be handled by the next dispatch call. I see. Yeah, I know, but I mean, just put it empty as a default or something, right? Right. What's that? This, let me remove that. Get dimensions, let me remove that. Let me actually remove all of that. So you have like a green slate, green state. And I just realized that I need another bathroom break. I really apologize for that, but I drank like a whole liter of, like liter and a half of beverage in 4 hours. So yeah, and that's my third break in 4 hours. So it's all good. I'll be right back. It would be more useful for create window to take the name of the window class. Yeah, I guess so, because I mean in Windows layer it just didn't set globally, which is a little bit annoying because I had to like go and modify it. Isaac I know died in 1992, so I never met him. I'm Facebook friends with his daughter though. A streamer away, no triangle. Yeah, all the viewers left. right? So also the call in init, right? Init display. Should we call it from create window, or should we call it like separately? You just basically rely on it being called up front. Yeah. I mean, it can be, you know, one of those things where you check if it's initialized, right? And if it's like not initialized, you just initialize it yourself. But I mean, it should probably be in some kind of a... it should probably be in some other place. Oh. So init display. Do I actually have it in it? Do I have an init display? I have init display, but I have it in my platform init. Here I have a platform init, and it actually initializes like a global XCB connection. Yeah, there you go. It does that. It also loads a bunch of atoms. Yeah. Right, X11 atoms, where are those? Yeah, there's the one I load. You see, I don't really have a like struct of them. I just like hard code those I need. I mean, I don't really have a like a table of those. I just do that. Ensure XCB atom T. I think it just... Did I copy it from somewhere, or was it like just wishful thinking? Yeah, it's from Focus. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay. But I don't have a hash table. I just have a... I have it as a struct. Which I guess it's fine, right? Why do you have a hash table then? Hash table of atoms on init. You don't? I mean, those are atom names. Technically, this is not like a table of atoms themselves. But... that's so I check if I already resolved that atom, I think. Yeah, I don't do that. Yeah. But yeah, so we will have init display, I guess, here. XCB right. I know what we're gonna like return here. What do you return? I return success or not success. Success or unsuccess. And you actually pass a pointer to the struct that you kind of need to populate. Which is, I guess, fine. So I'm not really loading anything. Let me just do that. I guess just do this. And it's not gonna be a global connection anymore. Where are we going with it? Wait, I lost myself. Ah, yeah, there you go. So first we create a struct. I'll just call it D. D. Then why do you need to do this? Ah, yeah, you need to set it on the type. Yes, that's right. Makes sense. Then create window. True. It's mostly for debug, so you don't have to call XCB get atom name for things you already resolved before. Ah, okay. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. So you can just see the table and look at the stuff that's already initialized if you need it. Yeah. Right. So we do that. Create window. Yeah. Now, we don't have that. Now we need to actually get the connection going. So, we do d.handle xcb connect. Connection errors. Right, d connection, d handle. If errors, we do this. Return false. Oh, so the way I do here is I don't actually log errors. I return error as a string. I actually return error as a string. Which, I mean, I do that in my application because then I can log it in main. Yeah, but does it really make sense? And this also bad. Well, bad or not, it depends, right? Because it uses tprint. Because, I mean, in my application it makes sense, but in more of a generic library, you probably don't want to enforce temporary allocator here, right? Would it be like rude to enforce temporary allocated error string? Like, probably yes, right? So probably you want to log stuff here. So the application can control how errors go. error string array on the display and print the message there. Then the call can look at it if you return false. Yes, you can do that as well. Yeah, you know what? That's actually a good idea. But then I need to... Yeah, I read your typo, but my brain interpreted it correctly. Can't connect to X11 with XCB. Error code is... So the way we can structure that is we can separately have an error string which just will be can't connect to X11 with XCB. And then have an error code. So we have like an error string and error code on the display struct, right? Failed to return X11 atom. Again, error code. But then there's also XKB. Yeah, couldn't set up XKB extension. Also, couldn't find core device. I'm pretty sure libxcb xkb is the one that I saw not loading on most of the... Hey Lars, hello. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I see. I mean, libxcb is so fucking basic that you can... I mean, vendoring that one, I wouldn't even be opposed to. I should really think about just vendoring XCB dependencies. I mean, to be honest, we should just take like a month and rat hole on making our own X11 stuff. Yeah, I agree. What does rewriting Linux platform layer? So I have a program that you can see on GitHub. It has a Windows version released, and now I'm working on Linux version. I had working Linux version, but now I'm kind of rewriting all of the stuff that basically draws the program on the screen. Yes, this is my key interceptor. Yes. So I'm basically working on Linux version. Now I'm rewriting how we draw window and stuff into it. Yeah. Developed on Linux. It's kind of both. It was developed on Linux and Windows. But yeah, it initially came from Windows, but that at that time it was written in C and used like simple GDI GUI. Yeah, and it got rewritten in Jai. Right. So errors. I guess I'll just log them for now, for simplicity's sake, and then we can, you know... for error handling. Same here. Oh, this does log error. This doesn't even bother. Ah, so it logs because it actually continues the execution. Yeah. Could not set up XKB extension. Now this... Whoops, I just overridden my clipboard. So yank from killstring. Here. Good thing that Emacs has a clipboard manager built in. Find core keyboard device. Else just log core keyboard device is. Yeah. That. And that's it, right? Yeah. And so we have a handle, blah, 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 blah. We have a bunch of atoms. And I guess those atoms will also be on the display. So like D atoms. Atoms, yeah. Cookie name, atom infos, members count, atom.name. I guess that's it. Oh, well, it's not a global connection. It's like a D.handle. Handle. Yeah, so base XKB event. So we have to store that on the device. What the fuck is this? Modules JDL. It's such a stupid name. Module, right? X11 display. Base XKB events. Event. You wait. Yes, and also atoms. We need to like grab them from here. JDL is base name. Put them somewhere here. How do you store those, by the way? You just have them like a struct, like an anonymous struct like that. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because you don't ever refer to the struct. Right? Yeah. Yeah, you don't ever refer to the struct. But where did I get like ensure XCB atom T then? Where the fuck does this come from? It doesn't exist anymore? Or is this my hallucination? I might have copied the struct, added a note to it because I wanted to verify it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, this is my own like hallucination. And this is also kind of pointless to have it as Atom T, because Atoms is actually a quote-unquote loose enum, because you can literally invent your own atoms that's not technically on the enum, so verifying that is ill-advised. Human hallucinations are understandable. Yeah. Hey, Mikhailem, hello. Welcome to the epic stream. Create node to control the create argument. Ah, I see. And in my case, what I did, I think I just false, right? Because I never created new atoms. Yeah. Hello. To be honest, you might want to give an ability to control this, right? So you don't just hard code. One for clipboard. Ah, yeah, this is... I think I just fucking... Yeah, I just copied those from Focus, but... libx11 layer, it did handle the clipboard. For... I need clipboard for text input. Technically, I have it one text input. But yeah, we'll see. I'm calling you Mikhailem, but I assume your name is Kyle, right? So if that's the case, maybe I can just call you Kyle. That's correct, yeah. In my top 5 favorite Kyles, you will have a honorary top 2. Sorry, I'm like slowly getting more and more cooked because like past midnight, so I'll say stupid shit. Xbox 360 gamers? What do you mean? Yes, because I only know 2 Kyles, correct. And I mean, to be honest, no, top 1 will be... Top 1 would be Kyle Katarn. Look at him go. Yeah, that's hard to beat. Gamer tags were usually like, I see. Yeah, so I had Xbox 360, but I never had it attached to the internet because we just basically didn't have an internet at home. And you couldn't register probably Xbox from Russia anyway, I don't know. I don't fucking know. But yeah. I actually had Xbox 360 that I bought for my own money. How about that? Me and my brother, we worked the entire summer to be able to buy Xbox 360. He's who I'm named after. Damn. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And I mean, we didn't really have enough by the end of the summer, so our parents helped us. So we bought Xbox 360 and 2 games. So I got to pick one game and my brother got to pick one game. And I picked GTA 4 and my brother picked Guitar Hero 3 together with like a guitar controller. To be honest, his pick was way better. Like GTA 4 was very good, don't get me wrong, like GTA 4 was revolutionary, but if we compare like the amount of hours spent on each game, Guitar Hero 3 was undoubtedly better. In like, you know, hours spent per dollar. It was so good we later like ordered separately a second guitar controller so we can play together. Kyle MacLachlan? Who the fuck is this? I know Kyle Reese, but... MacLachlan? Who the fuck is that? This is a porn actor. Ah, Twin Peaks. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm a fucking bidla. I never seen Twin Peaks. You know, it's like always somewhere at the top of the list, but I just can't have, you know, the right mood to watch it. So I really apologize it. Yeah. So I apologize it. I apologize for it. Atoms. Atoms. What else? Base event. Yes. What's next? Context. So dxkb d.xkb context. I guess I'll maybe put it like here. Atom names I don't really use, so let's comment that out. You're a big Linux user. Me? I mean, if you wanted to sadly call me fat, then yes. That would be me. A pointer to XKB context. Control, yeah. Pointer to this. I meant like thick, not fat. Okay, that's a compliment then. Yeah, we already did the BMI calculator yesterday, and we figured out that I am on Discord mode scale, but I have some, you know, quite a bigger room until I get to Reddit mode tier. Core device ID. Do you store device ID also here on the display? You don't really. Right? Do I even need that, actually? I don't even need it. But key map I might actually need, I think. No. Oh, I might need key map, but let's do XKB key map. Let's it's XKB key map. And XKB state. So it's like a separate struct. I mean, it makes sense to have it separate, right? Because you either use it or you use like a core X11 bullshit. So you, like, technically putting it on X11 display is incorrect because it can also be Wayland, right? But for now I only have X11, so I'll just put it there. D and D handle. No, but not like that. As kind of a separate, like as namespace under a struct, because it's also like the same exact data shape for Wayland. I will just extract it later when it will be pressing, you know. So I guess that's the display part. And this one is the base XKB event. Yeah. I mean, if I'm gonna try to compile it now, it's just gonna be very, very bad. Yeah, there's just so... You're just unable to load anything. To open file for reading. And this will actually... Yeah. So now it's gonna like import XCB. Wait, maybe no. So where do I put it? I put it under the JDL. JDL, fuck. So let's actually load it. Let's still load it. Or wait. It's probably better if I import file it. In modules. Like that. And same in wait, wrong one. Like that. I mean, yeah, they should really be separate modules, to be honest. They should be separate modules. But it's hard to justify making them separate modules because it's just just single files. Until I bring more XCB bullshit. And then it can be... Actually, wait. Shouldn't there be XKB 1? Wait, did they put it in... I probably put it here. Yes, I put it here. Someone said it's really important for them that they can edit configs with any text editor and they don't have to install another program. I think it's too easy to break the configs, and we should have type information and verification of config options. And we should store info in binary with a header sorting strings for each option. Show it like a type safe ini file. You have to install a program to edit the config file. I think it's fine. So you're talking about like Windows registry, right? Kind of stuff. Ilionte calls it out immediately. You're basically asking for Windows registry. Yeah, people break that all the time. That's correct. And then you have a separate language to, you know, to tinker with it. That is the part of an argument to have a Lua in NeoVim config language. On the other hand, programs will check config files while loading, so you get errors at least. But to make domain-specific languages for everything is a lot of work. The point of type-safe options is so you don't have to read the comments saying valid in range blah 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 must be a power of 2, or don't use this option if you also have the other enabled. It is ultimately a trade-off, right? This is like a big topic, like a very, very big topic that I sometimes think about, right? So basically the way Unix-based operating system work is they have two types of runtime information. Like if we talk about stuff like user space that you generally work with, it's one, environment variables, and two, you have config files all over the place that program load, right? And in my opinion, the way Unix does it is way too fucking loose. So I agree, I fucking hate environment variables. I hate them with burning passion. Like, yeah, I hate environment variables. And config files, I mean, I used to them, but I understand the frustration in that every fucking programs will demand some custom config file format, you know. It's either some domain-specific language, or it's some like JSON, YAML, XML bullshit, right, or TOML bullshit. That can also be either too restrictive or too loose. And I definitely... So I think that Windows registry... This is like a hot take. But I think Windows registry is a good idea. It's just the implementation is kind of flawed. It's flawed in a way that the ecosystem around it kind of sucks, right? You have a situation where programs don't like uninstall them incorrectly, and you have like a loose registry keys that they modify that affects other software. Then you have all of these kind of hacks that require you to tweak registry in a weird way, and UI to tweak registry fucking sucks. So I think it is a good idea to have some kind of type safety on top of the runtime information, but the implementation is not there. And then, you know, even though we have registry, Windows still needs environment variables, right? Like, if you have registry, why do you need environment variables? Why can't path just be a registry key? Like a list of paths? Is this some compatibility bullshit? You know what I mean? And it's also like super hidden in like properties of the system. Unable to find module called modules. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, Windows is a clusterfuck. So I think in general, a registry type of deal is a good idea. I genuinely think it is a good idea that can work. but Windows had a very bad implementation. And I'm even fine for, I'm unironically even fine for it to be, you know, nearly Turing complete. Like, I'm totally fine with that, to be honest. Like, how would I haven't thought about the implementation. I just know that deep down in my guts, I hate environment variables, the way they work on Unix-based operating systems. And I recognize the issue with config files. And I really like how Emacs done it, right? So Emacs is kind of this living beast with the runtime information structured and accessible at any point. So, and I unironically think that Emacs does it right. You know what I mean? And Emacs has Lisp machine inside of it. And it only works. It only works because Lisp is this unique language that can describe data and the code with the same exact syntax. That's why it works so well. But any program is free to ignore environment variables. The environment is not the issue is that you can't ignore environment variables. If you want to integrate with Unix with Unix-based operating system, you have to respect environment variables. You just can't ignore it, right? And locales are the basic example that, you know, we suffered with. Right? It's at least that crap. You can't completely ignore environment variables. And since environment variables is this kind of lousy mechanism that just, you know, just lets you do the thing, of course people will use it. You don't have to do locale via libc, but you literally don't have choice if you have to support libx11. You know? Like, if you stuck with libx11, you literally have to do them through environment variables. Don't init the locale part. And then, like, you will suffer with Unicode support, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe at this point it's like it's kind of imagined problem because everybody have fucking like dbus that provides locale information. So maybe, you know. Hey Justin, hello on YouTube. Sorry, I was kind of dismissive of YouTube because Twitch is so active. So it's hard to see when there's some movement going on. But yeah, hi, hello. Welcome. Yes, XCB doesn't do anything with locales, yes. This was a throw that I feed that I thrown specifically to libx11. Yeah, XCB doesn't do anything about locales. With XCB you just use libxkb common and you're happy potato. Right. Window type. Load. Let's do it like that. Unable to open. Oh yeah, it's because the fuck, where are we? Modules? Oh, okay. Oh! Oh, fucking... So I guess we're just doing this. Huh. I'm an idiot. Bro. Jai modules. Window creation Linux. So Jai modules, window creation. Where is it? Where am I calling window creation? I'm literally not importing it. So, and if I import it, who is importing? I mean, this imports window creation, but it should be importing my own module, right? Simp also imports. Let's remove examples from simp. Where does load? Log display. Dconf, yeah. So just like ini file, but string key is binary values, and each setting has a list of constraints. Yeah, it's like GNOME settings, some GNOME settings, but GNOME settings, they also stored in the file, right? I think it's not stored in binary format. At the end of the day, it's also like just the textual format. And KDE also has its own, right? I mean, this is just another, you know, kind of issue with Linux user space not being controlled by a single entity. All of this bullshit happened because Linus, I guess, just wasn't interested in anything but the kernel itself, right? So he wasn't interested, like, in the operating system. He was interested in the kernel, and so people just did whatever. Yeah, it has types, that's correct. And I mean, yeah, always people just want this power, right? Because config files are powerful because you can literally open them in any text editor and edit. And this is like kind of an ultimate power that is both like good and bad. So yeah. But the question is, who the fuck calls that? Who is calling window creation from Chai distribution? Where does it come from? I know how. It's because my stuff is called JDL. That's why. I specifically renamed it. And let me go to Windows. That giant, I don't need to import it here anymore. Unable to parse. Type in instantiate. What? Why not? Oh, it what? Really? It doesn't support. Oh, it doesn't support trailing commas because of that. Because of this ambiguity, right? No, no, it's a declaration. Oh, it's that bug. It's like the regression that Jai introduced like a year or so ago. Yeah. Yeah. No. They used to work. Leonte. Unless I'm being a fucking schizo lunatic, I swear they used to work. I think they used to work and they got broken at some point. And just nobody cared. Looks like you trying to... No. I'm like 90% sure they used to work in function declarations. Unable to find. What? What? But where is it then? It's literally here. Oh, because, okay, we need to delete. Yeah, because I can just namespace it like that, no? Okay. A base is not a member of display. Wait, what? But it literally is. Oh, oh. No. So I'm gonna do it like this, right? Yes. Yeah, Brian. It's because you don't have to think about what program to use to access those settings. I think that's kind of that's what it boils down to. Like essentially. Yeah, I mean those are good goals. Don't get me wrong. I think that this is a good goal. It's just on Linux specifically, this ship had sailed a long time ago. I don't think you'll be able to, you know, to come up with some kind of a config format that will get universally accepted at this point. So stuff like that. And yeah, because just can copy paste stuff, exactly. I mean, you can argue that if you can't get your config in a broken state, then you don't have to fix a broken config, right? But then you can't share your configs conveniently, right? Like, oh, and this is where this is where you get those instructions for Windows where you have to follow screenshots. Have we survived a disk failure? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you can always say things that, oh, then the software that edits a config should be able to access remote machine and edit a remote config, you know? It's, you know, like an analog of how you can have a bootable Windows, and you can have a bootable Windows edit a registry on your target Windows machine that you cucked and can't log in anymore. So the kind of an analog of this. So you can have an argument about it forever, right? There's like an argument and counter argument. But the reality is that if you want that to be wildly adopted, you need to create a whole ass ecosystem about it, and have people to use this ecosystem. That's the only way. Right? So seems like the only way to have it happen is to create an operating system, or at least like completely new Linux user space that uses this kind of stuff and make people use it. Yeah, if you created an intermediate textual representation, people will just use that instead. Yeah, Lars, that's exactly how Emacs works. Like, guess what? Look at this. Customize. Look at this GUI. You see text input? You can search here. Right, font. Look at that. Drop downs. Font log delimiter face. Huh. And it brings you to the code. Right? So there's whole ass GUI. Or like, for example, the theme. Right? Custom enabled theme, right? So look, there's a fucking buttons. Right? There are buttons you can use. It's all structured. And so you can literally just set values here, use drop downs, and when you're done, it will save the Lisp code into your config. So, for example, let me close that. Let me close that. And at the end, you have the custom set variables part, and it will just serialize your config into your config file. And the custom themes are there, like your custom kind of customizations for font and for all other stuff. Yeah. So Emacs has a whole settings UI that then gets serialized to Lisp code. And then obviously on reloads it will just get set. And obviously if you mess it up, you will just get an Lisp error and you can drop into the debugger. But for that to work, you need to have a whole ass fucking language running together with your text editor. Did they include a text editor in Emacs yet? Yeah, the text editor just like will poop itself sometimes. Yeah. So here you go, a mix of both. Literally Emacs. Stallman like halo emerging around Valigo's head when he talks about Emacs. No, I mean, I respect Emacs, don't get me wrong, but I also don't really like it. I think it just failed to go with the times, you know? And they really try, they introduced JIT to Emacs Lisp, they try to tweak garbage collector, and you know, they like... They really trying, but the fact is that Emacs is single-threaded, garbage-collected text editor, and you can't get around that. Unless you completely rewrite the architecture beneath, and I don't think there's a man who is up for the task. And also, I think, under the hood, under the hood, Emacs still thinks that it is running inside of an emulator. You know why? Look at the cursor. I'm scrolling the text editor and the cursor scrolls together. You see? Here. I can't scroll the editor and leave the cursor outside. Because that's how terminals work. Helix did it for Vim? No, it did not. Helix is a completely new text editor. Start an external GIS. Yeah, I see. Yeah. And for Coder was an attempt to modernize Emacs for Coder. It was basically like Emacs with a custom layer that you would write in C++ instead of Lisp. But it was like too it became too niche, you know what I mean? Can you do multi-cursor? You can, but those other cursors, they will look kind of fake, you know? So your main cursor has to be like here. And the other cursors are created like an overlays. Yeah. Yeah, so that's it. Create window, XKB create window. Procedure must be native, but then given procedure uses C calling convention. Oh. Oh. The fuck? Ah, yeah. Right. So X11 create window. And oh, create window, we just do this. Type mismatch, type wanted bool. Wait, why is it bool? Why is our window bool? Oh, because it has an output parameter like that. Elionte, why so weak? Why don't do this? Just for... Because I had my windows in an array on the display. Oh. I mean, me too. I also have it on an array. Okay, let's cook like that for now. Nine arguments versus 5 arguments. So your create window wants a display. So let's do X11 create window. Right. Entire struct, yeah. Okay. People trying to do scripting language stuff in C++, yeah. Yeah, he didn't mean to say that the scripting language or for coder was written in C++. It's literally the C++ was the extension. I mean, I get it, right? Like, see, because if you want to extend your editor, you don't fucking want to learn some language you never use, other than, you know, extending your fucking text editor. But of course, C and C++ isn't gonna be as powerful as Lisp, right? Lisp is just too expressive. I need to write Emacs that you will extend with Jai. I mean, Jai is basically Lisp but type safe anyway, right? And you can have a Jai running together with your editor, providing you all of the runtime info you need, right? And we can release it when the compiler gets public, so that there's no issue in distributing it. With language support? But no, you don't do that, though. It's different. Lisp being expressive extension? I mean, so here's my config file for Emacs, and it's just a Lisp script. Oh shit. It's literally just Lisp code. Right? And for example, since Emacs on Windows doesn't support high DPI and mixed DPI, I literally implemented high DPI support in Lisp. And yeah, here you go. So, function to get current DPI, get scale factor, get the DPI for the current monitor, and the hook to change the DPI for the monitor. So, how much code would that be in C++? I mean, Scheme is one of the most used dialects of Lisp, and I totally understand why Helix would want to use Scheme. Again, because it is a very expressive language, and it's not like you have to learn it, right? It's like there's like 3 fucking tokens in the language. Still, I mean, I don't know. The Scheme dialects are all the same, anyway. Or for example, right, look at this. This is how modern plugins work in Emacs, right? This is how you install a plugin these days. You do like use package evil, you have some initial settings, you have some settings after it's loaded, and where like hook when the evil mode is getting enabled. And this is all. This is like domain-specific language in Lisp. So use package is not a function, it is actually a macro. And macros in Lisp are like hygienic. You can go to definition, right? And use package whatever, it's a function. So it's not even a function, it is a macro. Which will then expand into Lisp code. Like if you don't know Lisp, I don't even know what to show you here. But the point being So this is a macro, which, oh, I think I can expand. Can I do macro? Oh, C macro expand. Expand. Can I do? Ooh. Lisp. I forgot how you expand macro. Oh, macro expand, there you go. It's just macro expand. Here, bam. So, this is what it turns into. Let me just, right? So this is a macro, like think of C macro. And this is what it gets turned into. And that is also a macro, by the way. So you can then macro expand that. Right? Let me unroll this. Yeah. And so, yeah, it gives you a nice kind of high-level description, right? It's very declarative. I want to use package. This is I want to run on init. This I want to run after it's initialized. You can also have like key bindings when it's active and all that stuff. But under the hood, it expands into a code, and you can't really do that with C or C++. Why? It's just an example of its power. It's just one example. It gives you like a code compression. Yeah. And so you can have like associated pairs, right? So I don't know, it's just way more high level. With a table? I mean, this is an associative list. Can you do that with a table? I mean, yeah, it is basically a hash table in Lisp, right? But compare that with some syntax you would have in like C++ for the same thing. It's just people won't casually extend text editor in C++. That's just, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, it's just a little example of how simple something looks, and under the hood, it will just do a lot of work. And I wonder if Jai can do something similar, you know, with considering how also powerful its macros are. Because you can just pass code around. Well, I mean, not in its current state, no, but, you know, we kind of... I mean, you can probably do that at runtime, right? So if you have a compiler constantly running, you can make it compile into some kind of a DLL and load it and execute it. So you can imagine that, but you would have to distribute the compiler. But you can use Jai as a scripting language, right? That's the cool thing. I mean, not really. So you can parse a whole fucking abstract syntax tree in Lisp, and it will get kind of compiled and executed, like at runtime. You can call it as a script, or you can call it like a scripting language. That's not the same as using it as a scripting language. I mean, you know what I mean. I mean, yeah, what you're talking about, Phoenix, is literally called wait, let me... what you're referring to is officially, it has an official scientific name. It's called the curse of Lisp. Here. Yes. Like, with the great power comes great responsibility, and this responsibility is not something programmers can be trusted with. Type mismatch. So yeah, let me... module and create window. So what do we have here? So it needs to get past a display, right? Okay, and then window red. Window. And then we have window width, Y. Width height, then window name. Wait, what? Oh, I also had the window width and height. Okay. Width S32, height S32. Then window name string. Then XY. Then parent is also a pointer to window. Background color. And MSAA is some like, yeah. Just forget about it. Who the fuck calls creation again? Where is it? Literally nobody calls it though. Where is it come? Where does it come from? I'm so confused. How does it creep in? I mean, there's no way it happens solely because of like, there's no way it happens solely because of like no code elimination. It just happens to be in the Jado in Jai like modules folder, and that's why it gets compiled. I mean, somebody has to call it. It's in create window. I mean, this calls create window, right? But this create window actually gets dispatched into Linux, which doesn't have it anymore. Huh? I removed it from oh yeah, I removed it from Linux layer. True. True. I mean, it is in my in my local modules, I renamed it. Maybe it's an input somewhere. No. Maybe window type. No. Simp. Excuse me. Buffer isn't saved. Save buffers. Kill Emacs. No, all buffers were saved. I think maybe it's because something imports X11. Right, so here, for example. Where is it? Maybe that's why. So if we do this. I mean, input imports X11, right? So if we do that and do that, no, still, it still creeps in. What the fuck? I don't understand then. Like, just where is it coming from? Also, root. Root. Also, a parent where it's window type. Oh, fuck. Is this because it uses window type? Ah, it's because of this. It uses window type that... Oh, so it checks all of the modules that use window type. Huh. That's why. So in my case, window type will be pointer to window. Yeah. This is the wrong one. This is the right. Yeah, there you go. Okay. And declared identifier file xkb common. Modules xkb common. So so this should secretly depend on libc, right? Like libc is wait, no, it should import POSIX. And declared identifier window. Oh, it will I guess it's gonna be like that. Unable to... Oh, because it's not a file. Now it's like a whole ass module. Wait, why can't it find the working directory? I don't understand. Compile, please. Okay. Mismatch in level of indirection. Null. Nice. There you go. Oh, wait, what? Modules window creation, window type none. Type wanted window, type given as a 60 a 4. Oh yeah, and now like fucking libx11 will start bitching because it also uses window type all over the place, right? So, and you know what it tells me? You know what it tells me? It tells me, I guess, fuck window types, right? Because we will just return window struct everywhere. How about that? That's why I pulled X11, GL, EGL, everything in Linux display. I mean, in my case, the issue is not even, it's that I don't even want to support libx11, but just the fact that libx11 create window is in, I just don't want to modify it. That's the thing. So I think that I don't want window type to be a module. I think you have to go, sir. Yeah. Then simp like wants a window, right? I know, my Windows build will become my problem when I work on Windows again. And that's actually intentional. I want it to be a motivating example. Not example, fuck. Motivating force for me to also port, Windows on this new kind of way of doing things. And so here, case Linux. We will do this, right? Now simp has to be aware of JDL, right? Yes. Like, why the fuck? Right, so why does simp tries to get geometry in a platform specific way? Yes. Okay. Apology accepted. Unironically. There's a cleanup to do. I have no issue with that, No questions asked. We're gonna have a long stream tomorrow, huh? To fix all of that. Right, so here, it's not gonna be X global display anymore. Set render target. GLX make current. Yeah, so simp, I mean, Focus has simp with all of that, with all of this kind of fixed. So we can just yoink that. I want more of here, global X11 create window. So this will be display handle. And actually, you're not gonna be able to call that. Yeah. Old version of simp. I mean, it's fine, which means we will just modernize it, right? Display handle, display handle. I guess I'll just like just do this. Handle is not a member of display. Yes, because because of fucking union. Because you have a fucking union. Right? Yeah. Mismatching levels. Oh. Union strikes back. But wait. No, it's fine. It's fine. I just need to cast it because we have using as, right? Because we have using as base, we can cast those. So I should be able just, since it is a pointer anyway, cast x11 display and then yeah, look at that, easy clap. Now here, OpenGL module connection, and now here in GL create context, we won't just pass window, which is void. Now this will accept a window. Hey Geeko, hello. I guess a pointer, right? Huh. I mean, this is a little bit bad because this will tie OpenGL to our platform layer, which is bad. No, window should be a void pointer. Yes, this is right. Window should be a void pointer, and a display should also be like a void pointer. Connection is gonna be display. Not enough return values. Wanted 3, got 0. Yeah. Looks like I missed the stream today. I mean, yeah, it happens. I mean, VODs are archived, but I don't know if you want to watch 5 hours, because the first like 2 hours we were just looking at existing platform libraries before we started implementing the shit. And actually, you know, it's 2 a.m. I'm kind of tired. So I kind of started laying out the foundation. How about maybe we take a break till tomorrow, so I don't fuck my stream schedule completely? What do you think? Because now I kind of get into this territory where I just actually do the job. And yeah, it looks like we will mostly be following the compile errors and adding more functionality as we see fit, right? I think that's kind of a good place to stop. Yeah, because I don't want to like just, you know, because usually after stream it's at least like an hour before I actually go to bed. Right, because it's prime time for me to have some family time, because my family is in Far East Russia right now. So for them it's like 11 a.m. right, and I'm gonna just like do a video call with them or whatever, and so it's like another hour, and it's gonna be 3 a.m. when I'm going to bed, and which means I'm gonna wake up at like 11 or maybe even 12 already, right? And so yeah, maybe how about we take a break and tomorrow we will continue to do the stuff. But I'm kind of optimistic, not gonna lie. John is playing games today. I read John yesterday, but he's not doing programming. But if you want to watch John playing games, you can do that. I'll see if I can rate someone else who is maybe streaming some software and game development. Anyone has some targets that maybe I don't know someone. Where's the category? Software and game development. Let's see. Minecraft mod development in Java. That sounds cool, but Who's that? Testing MacBook. Nope. I mean, usually at this time there's not that many. I'll go listen to John complain for a bit. Yeah, have a good night and thanks for hanging out. See you next time, Mr. Phoenix. I don't know, I just don't see anyone. There's someone doing setting up a soundtrack manager and an options menu. Some Unity, I guess. I mean, why not? Oh, there's C++ game dev. Wait. Some Reinhardt, C++ game dev and pixel art. Yeah, there you go. I think we found ourselves a raid target. How about that? Yeah, and GG's everyone, and thanks for everything, people. I've enjoyed my stay. I hope you too. See you all tomorrow, and if you want stream notifications, you can join my Discord. That's gonna be it for me. Have a good night.